Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll be brief. After so many failed votes, it's clear we need to try something different. What the Senate is doing isn't working for either party and isn't working for the American people. Democrats have said we must address the health care crisis, but Republicans have repeatedly said they won't negotiate to lower the health care costs until the government reopens. So let's find a path to honor both positions. Democrats would like to see an end to this shutdown, and we want to respect Leader Thune's desire not to negotiate on ACA until after the government reopens. Therefore, we'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously, and then have the opportunity to start negotiating longer-term solutions to health care costs. Let's do all three. I've spoken with my caucus, and Democrats are offering a very simple compromise. Democrats are ready to clear the way to quickly pass a government funding bill that includes health care affordability. Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law, something we do all the time around here, as we all know. But we also offer this. Let's create a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms, ahead of next year's enrollment period, to provide long-term certainty that health care costs will be more affordable. This proposal reopens the government and ensures working families who are shopping right now for their health care get certainty and financial relief. While open enrollment has begun, insurers can update their rates after we pass a simple extension of the tax credits. With this approach, we do not negotiate health care in the shutdown, as Leader Thune has maintained he wishes, and the American people get the tax credit extension they want. That is what many of our Republican colleagues have floated over the last 6 weeks as a compromise, a one-year tax credit extension and reforms to the credit beyond that. We will agree with the Republican request not to start negotiations until after the government reopens. All Republicans have to do is say yes to extend current law for 1 year. It makes sense. And since what we're proposing is only a simple extension of current law, the Senate could do this within a few hours. This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with health care affordability, and begins a process of negotiating reforms to the ACA tax credits for the future. Now, the ball is in the Republicans' court. We need Republicans to just say yes. I yield to Senator Peters.
Thank you, Leader Schumer.
Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Republicans have repeatedly said that they will not negotiate reforms to the health care law credits until the government reopens. I will tell you right now that all my colleagues on this side of the aisle definitely want to open government, and we want to do it as soon as possible. We are also willing to respect Leader Thune's desire to negotiate after the shutdown. So Democrats are offering today a very simple, straightforward compromise. And if Republicans accept this, we could open the government today. Wouldn't that be fabulous? Show that we can come together with a common sense, bipartisan compromise and open government. All we have to do is have a one-year extension of a clean bill that's law now, it's expired. It's just an extension of an existing law dealing with tax credits. And over the next year, we can figure out a long-term solution to the healthcare challenge that we're facing as a country. This proposal opens the government and ensures that families who are shopping right now for their health care can get immediate financial relief at a time when costs are driving families to make incredibly difficult financial decisions. And we believe that while we're trying to figure out a long-term solution to the healthcare crisis, people should not be penalized. People should not be suffering. Give the relief that they need now, and over the next year, we'll work together to find a more comprehensive solution. We know that right now our nation is experiencing a healthcare crisis where costs are skyrocketing and too many Americans are risking losing their coverage. Too many Americans are struggling to choose between food or gas or healthcare. And it's not just Americans in blue states, let's be clear. Families in every state across the country are paying these prices. Every one of us have families that are experiencing this now in our states. Well, we can take action today to give our constituents some immediate financial relief and prevent them from being priced out of the insurance market. We all want to end the shutdown. We want to ensure that government services can continue, and we want to ensure our hardworking federal employees get the pay that they have earned. But Democrats have made clear since day one that in order to get the votes that Republicans need, we must address the healthcare crisis. Because the American people have made it clear they want Congress to take action on this issue, it's literally life or death for far too many American families. I know many of my Republican colleagues want to work on this issue too. I've had conversations with so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who want to try to figure out how we fix this. But they've said repeatedly we won't negotiate until government reopens. Leader Thune has said, quote, "Give us the votes to open up the government. Then we will have a conversation about some of these issues that you want to discuss." And I think healthcare is certainly something we are anxious to all talk about, end of quote. And perhaps most importantly, even President Trump has said he'd be happy to work with Democrats on healthcare policies, but only once the government is reopened. Well, I agree with my Republican colleagues. It's not realistic to reform a major healthcare policy in just a few days. That's not going to happen. And I respect Leader Thune and President Trump's desire to work on this when the government is reopened. And I'm willing to compromise on that. My colleagues are willing to compromise this, and it's something that can be done today if we need to. But our Republican colleagues have to be willing to compromise too. Compromise is a two-way street. And they have shown us that and we want them to show us that these are not just empty words, that they really are willing to compromise, and they do want to take action. So that's why we've put forward this very simple proposal. Extend the tax credits for 1 year. We are not asking to make any major changes to the current law, just extend that to protect people who are suffering right now and are hurting. We're just asking to keep the credits in place for 1 year so that families can see some immediate financial relief from the costs that are going through the roof, so that they can make important decisions about buying their health care right now during open enrollment. This is live. People are dealing with this situation as we speak. We can fix this. If we care about making sure families can afford their health care, we should all agree on that. We should get 100 votes here for people to say we're going to do everything we can to protect health care for Americans. And we can do that right now. And we can open up government right now. We can pay employees. We can move this country forward if we do that. All we need is a very simple extension of a law that's already existed for some time. We know that from the start that any deal will ultimately have to be a compromise. It doesn't have to be unanimous. There'll be likely folks on both sides that may feel uncomfortable with this, and I get that, and that's the way this place works. But our proposal would try to work in a bipartisan way by creating a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations on reforms ahead of next year's enrollment process. So we're not pulling the rug out from underneath families. We're going to do it ahead of time so folks know exactly what to expect going forward. So I'm telling you now, Madam President, if we vote for this compromise today, we could open up government. This could all be behind us. Families could get some certainty for their future for the next year while we look at long-term solutions. The government can open, but it takes all of us just to say, we're willing to compromise for the good of the country. My colleagues are standing here saying we are willing to compromise for the good of the country. I just hope my Republican colleagues agree.
Mr. President, or Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
There's a lot of focus on what divides us, but the real opportunity here is what unites us. We're having a contest here with this shutdown where our side is very concerned about what happens to these tax credits. Your side is very concerned about using a shutdown as a tactic. I think we both have pretty valid arguments. And one of the reasons I think there's merit in our position is the reality that once the December 31st deadline arrives, people literally are going to lose health care. So what unites us? Both sides really do want to have all of government paid, and we want to be reopened. And both sides, I believe, want to make certain that the people we represent continue to have access to health care, that the health care they had in 2025, they're going to have in 2026. That won't happen unless we resolve this. And given the time crunch, the only way, as a practical matter, we can do something that helps the people you represent and helps the people I represent is extend what we have for another year. So it's not an overreach on the part of, say, folks who want a single-payer healthcare system. It's not overreach or diminishing any concerns folks on the Republican side, and by the way, on our side, have about the cost of healthcare. We are in a practical crunch where unless this United States Senate acts, the people we represent are going to lose health care. That's the fact. That's just the fact. It's the way it is. And we've talked about how those premium increases are going to spike. So what do we do in this situation where Leader Thune, who we trust, who we respect, is taking a position that we won't have discussions until we reopen government? Why do we object to that or have cautions about that? We trust Leader Thune. We trust our Republican colleagues. But what happens after it goes out of the Senate? We have no guarantee whatsoever it'll be taken up in the House at all. So the question that a farmer in Vermont would ask me at the end of any agreement is, Peter, what does this mean? Will I get my health care in 2026? And unless we have it where it's going to get a vote with some support from our colleagues in the House, the answer is I don't know, but I hope so. So we find ourselves with January 1st here, and that farmer, that small business person, not having health care. And again, this is the lament I have. What we're trying to do here, the folks who are going to benefit or not suffer are Republicans who voted for Trump and Democrats who voted for Harris and independents who didn't like either candidate at all. So we have an opportunity. And actually, we're the only people in the United States of America who have an opportunity. The only people, it's us, who've been entrusted by the people who we represent with their vote to solve this problem. And what I think is being proposed has a quality that's rare around here. It's restraint. We're not trying to overreach. We're just trying to say, maintain the status quo so that the folks in America who are getting their health care with the help of some tax credits will continue to have that health care in 2026 as they have it in 2025. So I hope we can come together for this temporary fix. And by the way, I just want to say the cost of health care is exploding. And we have an obligation, if we want to maintain access to health care, to address that. It's not a solution to deal with the health care crisis by taking people off of health care. They still get sick. So when our leader says that we want this bipartisan committee to address the cost of health care, we are sincere about that, because the biggest threat to the continued access to health care is the exploding cost of health care. I yield to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Madam President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today to echo, to underscore, to emphasize what my colleagues have just presented. This is our path forward. This is how we reopen the government and lower health care costs for millions of Americans. This is what compromise looks like. Look, if I had my way, we would be making these enhanced premium tax credits for working families permanent. But I understand that we can't get everything that we want. That's how compromise works. And that is what our constituents expect that we do when we come here. I know that giving relief for the 275,000 Wisconsinites who are shopping online at healthcare.gov for healthcare as we speak, I know that this relief is urgent, just like it's urgent that we reopen our government. I've had so many conversations with my Republican colleagues here in the Senate. I know that so many of them have expressed privately that they are supportive of a one-year extension of Affordable Care Act tax credits. You know, they're hearing from their constituents who will no longer be able to afford their health care also, just like we are. So I hope my Republican colleagues can join us in voting to pass this proposal so that we can finally put this shutdown behind us and allow 22 million Americans to rest easier, knowing that their health care costs are not going to double, triple, or even worse. That I yield to the Senate.
Madam President.
Senator from Arizona.
Madam President, for more than a month, I've been here in D.C. fighting to keep health care costs from spiking for my constituents. And for more than a month, I've been hearing from people I represent about what their health care costs now and what it will cost if these tax credits are allowed to expire. People like Leslie from Buckeye, who's a diabetic and whose premium is about to go from $600 a month to $1,000 per month. And people like Jessica from Yuma, her and her husband currently pay $560 per month for them and their 3 kids. That's going to go to $3,100 per month if these tax credits are not extended. And for more than a month, I've been waiting for the President or Republican leadership in the Senate to sit down with us and try to figure this out, or even show that they care about the millions of Americans in our states who are in the same boat, people like Leslie and Jessica. Now, that hasn't happened. The President, as far as I can tell, has spent about 1 hour in the Oval Office with congressional leadership on this issue. 1 hour in 37 days. He has spent more time talking about his ballroom and on 2 overseas trips and at a costume party at Mar-a-Lago and, of course, on the golf course. The House of Representatives, they've been on a 7-week paid vacation. They are not even pretending to care about these rising health care costs. And the Senate, not much better. Week after week, the leadership of the Senate breaks for a long weekend, all while Americans are suffering. And they're suffering even more because Donald Trump is using them as pawns in this fight. He's still trying to illegally withhold SNAP benefits from hungry Americans, including children, to use as leverage. Donald Trump's official position on the government shutdown is that he will let hardworking Americans go hungry until we give in to his demands to let health care premiums go up dramatically for millions of Americans. Now, is that the position of my Republican colleagues? I keep hearing from many of you that you want to do something about this, but you say you can't negotiate. Not now. So let's just lay it out here. We need to extend government funding to reopen the government, but we also need to extend these tax credits so millions of Americans can actually afford their health care. So let's do both. No gimmicks, no changes. Let's reopen the government. But we can do that knowing that Jessica and Leslie and a whole bunch of other people that we represent can take their kid to a doctor and fill their prescriptions for another year. There is no reason why we can't agree on this. If you want to reopen the government and you want to help keep health insurance premiums from spiking, then let's do it. But if you say no, if you say you can't vote for something like this, well, let's just be honest about it. Tell the Jessicas and Leslies in your state that they're not going to be able to afford their health care anymore. Tell them that Donald Trump thinks that they should go to a food bank for groceries so they can have something to eat. Now, Madam President, I also think we need to be perfectly clear about why we are here and how we got here. All of this we have discussed over the last month is because Donald Trump and Republicans in the House and Senate wanted to give a big, giant tax cut to the wealthiest Americans, a $4 trillion giveaway. And again, Madam President, we want a deal. We can choose to fix this so Jessica and Leslie and millions of others can afford to have basic health care. I yield the floor.
Senator from Delaware.
Madam President, I actually have written notes here. I came prepared to talk about the importance of the ACA tax credits. And as I sat here, I prayed, what do I even say in this moment? There's a scripture that says, choose ye this day. Today, we have an opportunity to make a choice. We have an opportunity to do something that is so plain and so simple. There's a book in the Bible called the book of Habakkuk. A lot of people don't even know it. It's like three chapters. And in it, it says, we always hear how long, not long. No, in it, it says long. It says pain. It says corruption. It says suffering. But what it does say is make a plan and make it plain. So what we come today to say is we have something that is plain and simple and will lift up America. And that is the opportunity to both open the government and restore people's health care. It's that plain, it's that simple. We're not saying you're better than us and we're better than you. We're saying link them together on behalf of the American people. It's a sad day in America when people have to choose between their health care and housing, or their health care and food. We're not in a pandemic. There are no wars on our shores. This should not be a hard time for us. We are not without resources in this country. And so today, as many people are being priced out of the American dream, I ask my colleagues, come to the table, work with us. I'm so proud to be one of the freshman class, one of the most diverse classes in the history of this chamber, with Alyssa Slotkin, with Ruben Gallego, with Adam Schiff, with Andy Kim, and my sister Senator Angela Also Brooks. 5 of the 6 of us came from the House of Representatives. And so for us, it's almost like we have a foot in both worlds. And for us, this proposal is an opportunity to not only pass something here, but to pass something in the House that becomes a law and that gets something for the American people. We also have relationships and have been in conversations with our former House Republican colleagues who also want to get something done. And so today, again, off script, but in my heart, we are standing here for the American people saying, we can end this today. And we are saying to the President of the United States, I hope you can hear us. We are saying to the President of the United States, you said it yourself after Tuesday's election. This is hurting Republicans. Well, you know what? It's also hurting all of America. And so we hope that you will engage in something that is simple and clear. Open the government and make sure we restore people's tax credits together. Again, how long? Long if we choose to be. But we have a choice in this moment. And so we hope that you will come to the table. Let's make a deal. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank the Senator from Delaware, wise words, and I thank Senator Schumer, all our colleagues that have gathered here today. We truly come in good faith. I thank our Republican colleague who is listening to us right now and for the good work that he has done in trying to bring people together. And we know there's a number of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who've been working diligently with Democrats to try to resolve this. And we come in good faith because we know this isn't a blue state or a red state problem, it's everyone's problem. When we look at the people who are on these Affordable Care Act plans, they tend not to work at big corporations. If they did, they'd have health care. They do have health care. They tend not to work at government, local, state, federal. They tend to have health care. They work at small businesses. They are entrepreneurs, like the woman that I spent time with last weekend in Eagan, Minnesota, who has one employee, and she's so proud of her business. She's been doing better. And he had cancer a few years ago, and he got through it. He's married, has kids, and that plan, she pays for 75% of the premiums, her only employee, and he pays for 25% of the premiums. And she just looked at what would happen, and she thought, I don't know if I can keep them on. They're going to double. Those are the people we're talking about. Farmers and ranchers, 27% of the farmers in our country are on this kind of plan. So these are people that are just on the margin so much because they've decided to go out on their own and be entrepreneurs. Or when I talk to my rural hospitals, they tell me how the people who are on these plans, if they can't afford a doubling or tripling of the premiums, which is what we're seeing right now with the numbers that came out on the marketplace, if it's doubled or tripled, they'll just drop their plans because they've still got to get groceries, they still got to pay the mortgage, so then they're going to drop their plans, and then the rural hospitals, who are already just hanging on, aren't going to be able to make it. So it's this all of a mix of things that I think would defy people's predictions of who's depending on these plans, and I think we're starting to hear from them now. So we have this opportunity. This is really, I'd say, a practical plan. It looks at what we need to do to open the government again. It looks at the work that's been done by our great leaders in appropriations. And it says, okay, what can we do about health care right now? We disagreed with the bill that got passed this summer on our side, but what can we do right now? And what we can do right now is stop this doubling and tripling of these health care premiums. And it's not something that's going to help in the end of December or January. It's a now thing. They're making their decisions now. So that's why we came forward with a lot of people in our caucus, as you can imagine, having differing views and wanting more with good faith. But we figure this is a good idea so that we can, one, help these people in all our states, and then two, look at reforms. We are open for reforms, and then these reforms would have to be done before these tax credits expire at the end of next year. But it will get us through this, and most important, it'll get people through it, like Elizabeth of St. Peter, Minnesota, who told me, I have no idea how I'm going to come up with the extra $200 each month. This is what's happening. People who are terrified of what's going on. So we have this moment in time. We're ready to work through the weekend. We hope our colleagues are as well. So let's get to the table. I hope the president comes and meets with us. The amount of money we're talking about here is about the same as the money that went to Argentina. I'm not going to relitigate that, but it shows what we could do and why we could do it. So let's get it done. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I join all of my Democratic colleagues here today to offer this proposal on the health care issue that has been holding all of us here and all of the American public for weeks now. Because after Republicans refused to work with us to save the premium tax credits all this past year, what we hear Republican leaders saying now is they maybe, possibly, will talk about health care. It just has to be later. We are so far past that. Open enrollment is happening right now. Republicans have already pushed millions of Americans off that tax credit cliff. If we truly want to help these people, Republicans need to work with us as fast as possible to pass this clean one-year extension. This is not some pie-in-the-sky request. As my previous speaker alluded to, if Republicans had no problems with Trump shoveling nearly twice as much money at Argentina, why would they oppose giving this kind of support to our own American families? Is there no time for working families? Are there no funds for health care? Mr. President, I cannot accept that. We cannot accept that. We can act, but we have to do it now. Every day that passes, this damage gets worse, and, by the way, harder to reverse. The best and quickest way to address the mega healthcare hike is this clean one-year extension of the enhanced premium tax credit written into the CR that we ultimately will vote on to reopen the government. Like my colleagues, I have heard so many heartbreaking stories from people in my state. They're not political. They don't care about Democrats or Republicans. But I will tell you, they are at a breaking point. Some of them have been on the verge of tears as they talk to me, explaining how they simply cannot afford to buy health care for next year. That weighs heavily on me and all of my colleagues. We carry their stories with us. Their words are on repeat in my mind every minute I walk through these halls. I am here today fighting with my heart and soul. I'm giving Republicans every opportunity in the world to do the right thing. I've been out here on the floor, I've spoken ad nauseum about how letting these tax credits expire will actually hurt people in Republican states the most. So we're here today to say our hand is outstretched. We are ready to go, a one-year clean extension, and we can reopen the government and save so many families misery in this country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
I speak today to echo the sentiments of my fellow members of the caucus. This is a moment where, at least in Colorado, we hear stories every day.
Why is it that the Republicans gave a rich man their money, gave a rich man gave you all your money to rich men, but now we have a problem giving money to the poor people? That's not America first.
Of people faced with the challenge of whether to pay their rent or to make sure they maintain their health care. People who have pre-existing medical conditions that are worried that if they go off their health care now, they might be pushed into a circumstance where they can only receive attention in emergency room situations, defeating the purpose of their treatments. By going forward and taking a one-year extension, nothing new, but just a one-year extension, we allow all those people in Colorado and across the country to sort through.
All that was AI. Y'all just be believing everything y'all see, don't y'all? Didn't they just explain to y'all that those were AIs?
Their health care issues to re-equilibrate and to make sure that they are not left out in the cold. And I think that's the key here. We're looking at tens of millions of people that will either lose their health care or have dramatically significant increases in the cost of their premiums if we do nothing. So I hope that we can come together.
Y'all really got to start looking at stuff. You really do. Y'all believe everything somebody's saying. You believe everything
Move forward
Republicans say.
with this clean CR with the extension of the subsidized tax credit for the ACA. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Juliet, you didn't say nothing about us giving that money to them rich folks. You let a scammer give your money to rich men. And now you mad because the poor people need help. You over here caping for rich people and you probably poor. That's sad.
Mr. President,
Senator Morgan.
all across our country, in every congressional district, in every corner of every state, families are suffering. They're taking a look at what it's going to cost to buy health care for this coming year. And they're going, wow, I won't be able to afford that.
You're poor and you're over here caping for rich men, denigrating poor people. You're poor. Just weird.
I guess I'll go without. And we know what happens when people go without health care. And this is clearly not something that is a blue issue or a red issue. It's an issue for...
Not to mention all of those jobs that people lost this year. They ain't gained no jobs. You ain't giving no job. They ain't providing no job. They letting Donald Trump lay all of y'all's ass off. She over here caping for rich men, and she poor.
every family affordable, quality health care. And I know it's not just a concern held by Democratic senators, it's a concern held by Republican senators. So we have a common desire, Democrats and Republicans together, to address this concern. I think about some of the folks who have written in from my home state, and I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are getting the same letters and the same phone calls. Eric in Corvallis got a letter that his insurance premium is exploding from $183 to, get this, $1,588. Wow, that's, well, roughly a seven-fold increase. I heard from Leah in Eugene, whose monthly payment is going from $462 to $1,438. Threefold increase. And Stacy in Lincoln City seen an increase from $1,300 to about $3,200, almost a $2,000 increase. So those stories are everywhere in our country. And there is so much work we can do on health care together. The president has said, let's negotiate on those complex issues after the government is opened. And those complex issues, they may be things like the cost-sharing reduction program. They may be things like, how do we lower the cost of drugs so we don't pay more for drugs than the folks in Canada across the border to the north pay for their drugs, or the folks in England or Australia or Japan. We can work together on strategies to see where there's waste in the system. Or are there scams and scandals in the system? Let's shine the light on them and let's fix them after the government reopens. But let's just do this one piece, extend one particular tax provision that's in law now for this coming year. So there's immediate relief to folks who are getting on the internet at this very moment and going, oh my goodness, I can't afford that. The Erics, the Leahs, the Stacys that exist in every corner of every state. I've been hearing from small businesses, and they've been saying Main Street is Pain Street. Why? because so many of the small businesses in my state, and I'm sure in every state, go to the ACA exchange in order to buy insurance. And so they're reeling from that impact. They're reeling from other economic fluctuations in the country. And they're saying, can't you figure this out? Can't you figure this out? So I've been hearing from colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we want to fix these tax credits, these enhanced tax credits for people to buy insurance. Well, let's do it. We can open the government today. We can do it today. Today we can address the issue my colleague from Wisconsin was speaking to just an hour or so ago. He was saying people who are working should get a paycheck. That will happen if we pass this today. He was saying folks who are furloughed should get a paycheck. We can do that by putting them back to work, by opening the government today. And then we can negotiate on those complex issues to make this system work a whole lot better, because all of us know that our system is overly complicated, overly bureaucratic, inefficient.
Stop coming over here and spreading goofy logic, Divine 7777. Mandami has never said he was a communist. You see how the Republicans come over here and have goofiness going on, lying. Who asked me, do Democrats lie? Right here, we got a straight up Divine 777, one of the zombies, because she's a zombie, over here lying about Mamdani. He ain't never said he was a communist. That's something that she heard from the Republicans. Y'all all zombies.
And we know that there can be improvements. So let's work on those things together.
They socialists, and then they scramble their brain. You know, it only goes to the zombie stuff.
Proposal that the leader has put forward, the minority leader has put forward, says let's form a special committee to work on those issues and find some proposals to take us to a better place. That's the type of partnership that we need to give encouragement to the American people, that we're willing to work together to solve the challenges that they see every day in their lives at their kitchen table. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues.
Just goofy logic, Divine 77. She take pills. She do something.
I rise in support of this proposal to extend the ACA tax credits, extend the existing law for another year, reopen the government, and give us time to negotiate the longer-term extension of the Affordable Care Act.
So what if he asked to get money sent to him the first day? Your scammer president did the same thing, and you willingly opened up your wallet and sent him money. You get scammed all around in your life, don't you, Divine 777?
This whole discussion, and frankly the whole debate we've been having over the last several weeks over the Affordable Care Act, brings me back to the immediate aftermath of the...
I'm not insulting nobody. You're just a zombie. If you listen to all the garbage that you've been listening to online and you're calling people communists, you're a zombie, because nobody said that he was a communist. Only the right, only the Republicans are saying he's a communist. I'm saying you're a robot. I'm saying you're a zombie if you repeat it here, because he never said he was a freaking communist. Stop it.
The passage of that bill, when I was doing sidewalk office hours inside the Glendale Galleria, I had my little coffee table set.
Sure I am, Divine. You get scammed all the time, don't you? Sure I am. He never said he was anything. He never said he was a communist. Stop spreading those lies.
Up there and had someone come up to my table and ask me how I voted on that bill, how I voted on Obamacare. And when I told him that I voted for it, he was indignant. And he said, what could you possibly have liked? What could you possibly have liked about that bill? And I said, well, actually, there were a lot of things I liked about it. I liked the fact that if you had a pre-existing condition, you could get health care. I remember another of my constituents saying that he was 65. He was a pre-existing condition.
He never said he was a communist. Stop spreading lies.
I like the fact if you had a kid who was 26 or under, you could keep them on your insurance policy if they didn't have one. And then I said, and I like the fact that tens of millions of people that can't otherwise afford health care are going to be able to get health care. And he looked at me and said something that I never imagined I would hear. He said, and you really think that's such a good idea?
Just a bunch of zombies. You hear the Republican leadership say communist, socialist, Antifa, the whole nine, and y'all just swallow it and repeat it. Only a zombie does that kind of thing. I know what he said. He said he's a democratic socialist. That has nothing to do with communism. Y'all goofy and zombies.
That is that millions of people can't afford health care would be able to get it. And I said, well, yes, I do, don't you? And he said, no.
If you're repeating that he's a communist, you're the person that swallows the lies. Just a zombie. Admit it. You got it from TV. You don't know what a communist is. You don't know what a socialist is. Because if you knew, you wouldn't be over here spreading lies about Mamdani saying he was a communist. He never said that. Wild as hell. Just goofy and a zombie.
I don't. If they can't afford it, they shouldn't have it. And I recognized the moment he said it that he was speaking for millions of people. I'd had one of those huge town halls with 3,000 people, and no one would say that even at those screaming town halls. But his view was if they can't afford it, they shouldn't have it. And I think that view is really at the center of this debate. In the wealthiest country in the world, does the government have any responsibility to make sure that healthcare is accessible to people? I think we do. Now, who are these millions of people?
You don't know Mamdani. You don't know anything about Mamdani. He never said he was a communist. Where did you get that he was a communist? The only place you got that kind of garbage is from your criminal leader, the Orange Thug, and his cronies. That's the only place you got that. He's never said he was a communist at all. Yes, please go, Juliet. You don't like hearing the truth, you just like hearing the lies. Go ahead, listen to the lies somewhere else. I bet you did.
That are going to lose their health care if we don't extend the ACA tax credits. Well, let me just share the stories of two of them, my constituents, who wrote to me. The first one said, my bronze HMO high deductible plan is $752 per month, and using most but not all of the tax credit, my monthly premium is $200 per month. That's using $552 worth of credits. I'm single, I'm currently single and retired, so my income is well within the limits to...
Tell them to go and do their own fact check, and then they come back with the goofiness they've been saying on TV all day. You cannot do your own you cannot do your own research. I swear to God. You come back and you say the goofiest shit. That's wild. Do your own research, but don't come over and say the goofy shit that they've been saying on TV. He never said he was a communist. That's what we pushing back on. Just saying anything that they done heard.
To qualify.
No research whatsoever.
For the credits, but if all the credits go away for 2026, this will wipe me out. And I will likely go without insurance, even though I know that's not a good idea. And here's the story of a second constituent.
By a zombie?
Anyone else gotten their health plans rates for 2026? I did today, and I will have to cancel mine. With chronic conditions requiring daily prescriptions, weekly doctor visits, current quarterly labs, and...
No, you didn't. You're lying, Divine. You're lying. You didn't do nothing. You just heard somebody say something. Every person knows that he said he was a democratic socialist. And every person who knows how to look and Google, and I'm assuming that you know how to do that, socialism is not communism. I'm sure you can figure that out. That's wild. That's wild. The zombies is over here spitting lies that they leaders done told them. No research. Y'all don't stand for nothing.
Biannual mammograms, my share of cost will go up well over $1,000 per month. And as a senior on a fixed and low income, I could not possibly come up with $1,000 a month. Sadly, there are so many seniors who will be in this position. That's who we're talking about here. These are some of the millions of people that will lose their access to health care if we don't extend the ACA. So I urge support for this. As Leader Schumer said, we can reopen the government today if we can simply extend the tax credits for another year and give us time through a bipartisan commission to work on a more permanent extension. I urge support, and Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for this unified support for a measure that is eminently reasonable. I thank the leader of our side, Senator Schumer, for advancing this proposal. It is a compromise. It's simple and plain, and I'll be very blunt, it's not everything I would have wanted. Like the senator from Wisconsin, my friend Senator Baldwin, I would have wanted the health care tax credits to be permanently guaranteed. I would have wanted a guarantee as well that there be no rescissions or impoundments of funds, as this president has done repeatedly. I would have wanted a reversal of the firings, the so-called RIFs, reductions in forces, that have been eminently unfair, and a guarantee of back pay to everybody who has been furloughed. There are other provisions that, for me, were profoundly important. It is a compromise, and compromise is not a four-letter word. It is the way we get things done. And this picture of unity is worth 1,000 of my words, but it is also a clear response to a crisis that we face. And we face it today. It is a crisis in healthcare. It's a crisis in hunger. It's a crisis in air transportation. And for millions of Americans, it's a crisis of affordability. Nobody in America needed Tuesday's election to tell them that the costs of rent and electricity and food and all the other necessities in life are spiraling out of control. And yes, healthcare costs are spiraling out of control. And they are at the kitchen table right now across America, looking at the exchanges and concluding they simply can't afford those spiking premiums, multiples of 3 and 4 times, and at least twice what they were paying. And many of them are taking the risk that they will go without insurance. This measure guarantees an outcome. The majority leader, Senator Thune, has said he can't guarantee an outcome. All he can promise is a process. And I am unwilling to accept a promise of some vote at an indefinite point on an undefined bill sometime in the future, because the urgency of now for American families means they are making choices about whether they can afford insurance this moment for next year. And in fairness to the majority leader, he can't promise anything for either the Speaker of the House or the President. And they have been absent without leave. They have been AWOL. They have refused to talk. And we are presenting them now with a reasonable compromise that the majority leader can accept and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle should embrace. And the problem here is one of trust. What we've seen from the administration is a strategy of maximum pain to magnify political pressure. In just minutes from now, in the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit, this administration will argue that SNAP benefits should be ended after the president himself promised that they would be paid in full in compliance with the district court orders in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. There's no way to trust that SNAP benefits will be provided without a guarantee from the courts. The urgency that we face is also in air transportation. We all want people to be able to reach their destinations safely. It has to come first, and we need to make sure that the TSA and air controllers are paid. They are heroes for having worked for so long without pay. We need to stop the madness of this trend line. It's a through line in the administration's tactics here. It's a through line of cruelty and stupidity that has magnified the costs for the American people, not just in blue states, but all across the country. And we should seek reform and improvement in the ACA, eliminating any.
Let the maggots talk. Maggots always come over, don't have no facts. Just be talking for no reason. Let the maggots talk. Let them fight amongst each other. Maybe they need to go get Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson. Maybe they need to go get all of them. Seeing as how they fighting. Maggots do nothing but fight.
Kind of fraud and stopping the spiraling increase in healthcare costs. But I should warn my colleagues, we will not sacrifice the ACA. Very revealing yesterday in the hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation was the commentary from a number of my Republican colleagues, in effect saying that we should kill the ACA, an effort that has been part of their relentless campaign over the last 15 years to decimate this resounding and important law that now is embraced by the vast majority of the American people. And we put in the record stories.
That's what we keep saying, Sassy. These poor people who are MAGAs are in the chat caping for these rich men, caping for the billionaires. That's wild. That's wild.
Of individuals from Michigan and Pennsylvania and Iowa, Aaron Lehman, a fifth-generation farmer who told us, I grow corn, soybeans, oats.
Caping for the rich. Poor people over here. Probably some of y'all get food stamps. Some of y'all get food stamps. And y'all over here fighting the Democrats against y'all over here caping for these rich men. You see how people just vote against their own freaking interest. You vote against your own interest. It's wild. Over here caping for rich people.
And hey, with my family, the Affordable Care Act has been one of the best investments in rural health care in decades. We cannot afford as a nation to go back to the days when pre-existing conditions.
Divine over here caping for rich people. She looked like she pours a church mouse in that picture. She over here caping for the rich people. Talking about communism. And she getting fleeced by a scammer who gave her money to other rich men. Make it make sense.
Were a pretext for denying health care if someone had a history of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, HIV, asthma, depression, pregnancy, the list goes on. Insurers could force patients to pay more or refuse to offer them coverage at all. standing strong for the ACA very simply means providing health care to Americans. Extending the health care tax credits for 1 year is a compromise that makes sense. It will put the government back to work fully and capably and fairly, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this reasonable compromise. I yield the floor.
Out there begging for food, but in here caping for rich men. Mega out there on the damn line looking for handouts, but in here begging for food. No, begging to cape for a rich man. That's wild. How any of y'all even look somebody in the face and you know you ain't no millionaire and you in here caping for millionaires? They in here caping for millionaires, y'all.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, we are now in the 38th day of a government shutdown. That means that federal employees all over this country who have to feed their families are not getting paychecks. It means that air traffic controllers are forced to work crazy hours, and we worry about the safety of our flights right now. We worry about Capitol Police officers right here in D.C. having a hard time feeding their families. These are hard-working people who are doing important work. They deserve respect. They deserve to be paid. This shutdown must end as quickly as possible. And on top of the fact that we have hundreds of thousands of workers not getting paid, we now have a president who, for the first time in the history of this country, is willing to allow our kids, low-income, working-class children, to go hungry in order to try to make a political point, a point, by the way, that the American people are seeing through. Mr. President, the cause of this shutdown is not complicated. For the first time in ever, the majority party in the Senate, which needs 60 votes to pass a budget, is refusing to negotiate. It is their way or the highway, take it or leave it. We got the majority, we're not talking to you, despite the fact that they only have 53 votes. And to make this situation even more absurd, and to show the American people the contempt in which the Republicans hold for negotiations and democracy, you got a Speaker of the House who has now given his members a 6-week paid vacation. Country is in the midst of a major crisis. Republican members of the House are nowhere to be seen. They're on a paid vacation. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about whether Republicans are willing to negotiate, I don't know what will. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows that our current healthcare system is broken. They know that we pay by far, not even close to the highest prices in the world for healthcare, while some 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. They know that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right, something which must change. And what they also know is that Donald Trump and the Republicans, through their horrendous, big, beautiful bill, are making a broken, dysfunctional health care system even worse, taking it to the verge of collapse. That legislation is doubling premiums for over 20 million Americans who are in the Affordable Care Act exchange. And in my state, we are hearing from Vermonters who are being asked to pay a tripling of their rates and even a quadrupling of the rates. Who, in God's name, at a time when health care costs are already so high, can afford a doubling, a tripling, a quadrupling of their rates? That is insane. Nobody in my state, or I expect in this country, can afford to pay that. Further, that big, beautiful bill would throw 15 million people off the health care they now have. as a result of massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. According to studies, that would result in some 50,000 Americans dying unnecessarily every year. Low-income, working-class people who have chronic illnesses who will no longer be able to get health care. That is what we are being discussed. Anybody think it's a good idea to allow 50,000 of our fellow Americans to die unnecessarily each year? And all of this is being done in order to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. No, Mr. President, I do not believe that Elon Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Bezos and the other multi-billionaires deserve $1 trillion in tax breaks in order to throw 15 million Americans off the health care they have and double premiums for over 20 million Americans. I don't believe that. The overwhelming majority of Republicans, Democrats, Independents don't believe that either. Mr. President, the American people understand that the Republican Party controls the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives. And understandably, for that reason, poll after poll shows that Americans hold the Republicans accountable for this shutdown. But it's not just polls. On Tuesday, there was an election in which Trumpism was overwhelmingly rejected from Maine to California and a lot of states and cities in between. And one of the key reasons is that Americans want Democrats to make certain that they do not experience huge increases in their health care premiums or get thrown off the health care they have. That is what they are saying. We cannot afford a doubling or tripling in our health care costs. Stand with us. That's what that election was significantly about. President Trump claims to be a deal maker. In fact, he wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. Well, Mr. President, the ball is in your court right now. Help negotiate a deal. Show us what a great deal maker you are. Help us negotiate a deal which protects the health care of tens of millions of Americans, and let us end this shutdown today. We can end it in the next few hours. So, Mr. President, that is what this struggle is about. That's what this shutdown is all about. It's whether Republicans succeed in making a broken and dysfunctional health care system even worse by making health care unaffordable for working class and middle class Americans. It's about whether millions of our fellow Americans no longer have health insurance and that many of them will die unnecessarily. So, Mr. President, we are hearing right now, every one of our offices are hearing tragic stories of families having to decide whether they can pay for their parents' cancer treatment, for example, or whether they will see a parent die without that life-saving care. There are millions of Americans now dealing with chronic disease. They're dealing with cancer, they're dealing with diabetes, they're dealing with Alzheimer's, they're dealing with health, with heart disease. And they are wondering, if they get thrown off the health care, premiums go so high, how are they going to stay alive? How are they going to take care of their parents, their kids? That is what this shutdown is about. And whether it is in Maine, New Hampshire, Nevada, or Vermont, the American people want us to stand with them. And that is what this whole debate is about. We cannot fail the American people. They are looking to us to make sure that they continue to have health care. Let us not betray them. Thank you.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I actually like good local journalism. I'm going to fight as hard as I can in the United States Congress to keep local journalism and fight AI that basically might obliterate it for all intents and purposes. So I'm just going to read my statement here. In an article printed in the Vancouver Columbian on August 11th, 2025, the headline is, "Child care owner urges Congress to take action to save the Affordable Care Act tax credit expansions. The owner of East Vancouver Child Care Center joined Senator Cantwell, D. Washington, Monday to draw attention to Washington's rising health care costs. The two spoke at a news conference at Tree Hill Learning Center on East 196th Avenue, along with representatives from the local insurance agency and the workforce Southwest Washington. Washington's insurance commissioner said that in May, the 14 health insurers in the state were seeking a rate increase for next year, and the proposed increases for plans sold on the individual health insurance market averaged 21% and ranged from anywhere from 9.6% to 37.3%. The office expects premium increases to affect 300 people statewide. Dana Christensen, the owner of Tree Hill Learning Center, said this isn't the first time she has faced rising healthcare costs for her 2 Vancouver child care facilities. Each year, I face a difficult decision of how much this rate increase, currently 24%, do I take on and absorb, Christensen said. How much do I pass on to the employee? How much do I pass on to the families in the form of higher child care tuition increases? Each rate increase request is evaluated independently by actuarial staff, said Aaron Van Tool, spokesman for the Insurance Commissioner's Office. That's mandated by state law. But the rate changes are usually finalized in September, Van Tool said. Claims and administrative costs, medical, prescription drugs, company expenses, profits will be reviewed by the Commissioner's Office as all part of determining if they are reasonable. Cantwell called the proposed increases a threat to child care affordability. The Insurance Commissioner's Office said Congress anticipated failure to renew the enhanced premium tax credits is contributing to the proposed increases. Congress created the premium tax credits in 2014 as part of the Affordable Care Act to lower health care plan premiums for eligible households. The American Rescue Plan in 2021 expanded who was eligible for the credit, and the Inflation Reduction Act extended it to this year. It is set to expire at the end of this year. We all know the increased rates are something we can deal with in Congress, Cantwell said. That is why today I'm urging Congress to take action on the Affordable Care Act tax credits and their expansions, and to make sure we do so before the end of the year. The Senator's office said rate increases are being requested nationwide, and 3 states have already approved them. The Congressional Budget Office expects fewer people will participate in subsidized exchanges, and the uninsured rate will climb if the enhanced premiums aren't extended. NBC News reported earlier this year that Republican lawmakers are split on whether to extend the tax credit. Some said the federal government could no longer support it, while others wanted it extended. Just a little side note before I keep reading. At that point in time, 5 of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said they wanted the tax credits extended. That was early in August. The Washington Health Benefit Exchange, the state's health insurance marketplace, estimated 216,000 health plan enrollees in Washington were eligible for the enhanced premium credits. Christensen said her business already operates on thin margins. I view providing health care benefits not as a perk, but a fundamental necessity, she said. I never want an unforeseen illness to financially ruin an employee or force them to neglect their health care. Still, rising health care costs are forcing her clientele to reconsider if they can afford to keep their child in a licensed facility or continuing to work at all. Quote, "We cannot solve this problem alone," Christensen said. "We need the support of lawmakers, the insurance industry, the regulatory agencies to address the root cause of the rates and increases disproportionately affecting those who need it most." As the clock continues to tick here, that's actually the end of the story. I wanted to read that story because that was August. And it showed at that point in time, we had people on this side of the aisle who wanted to negotiate. They were in the news. I summated it by saying there were 5 people, but I'm sure there's more by now. So that is why we're asking with this simple proposal, let's open the government, extend these tax credits for a year, because we know there's bipartisan support in both the House and Senate to do that, and continue to reform this so we can keep this child care facility in Vancouver, Washington in business. Let's not make this, we've shared a lot of stories about individual people, but we haven't shared enough stories about the small business impact and the economic impact to employers when you take affordable health insurance away from them and they don't have options.
We don't take the insurance away from the poor to help the rich. We need to start making the rich accountable. Stop caping for the rich people.
This owner lamented in the story, which should I do? Do I absorb these costs and not be a profitable business? Do I make these employees not have health insurance? Do I raise these costs and then these parents can't have the child care that they need to stay? She told me on that day that literally some people decided to stop work because they no longer could afford child care. So this is ruining our whole economic picture by making insurance too expensive, by making the cost play too big a role in our economy and taking workers away from us. So I support this one-year proposal. I support us working together to reform the system. I've championed many things in the Affordable Care Act that have driven down costs, and I will work with any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to continue and expand that work, because it is important. It is important for us to continue to have affordability, particularly in health care, as we have a rising baby boomer population reaching retirement age. We have no other choice but then to focus on affordability. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
The Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, thank you. Millions of Americans are counting on Democrats to stop Donald Trump and the Republicans from raising health care costs. And I'm here to say Democrats will not back down. Fighting to lower health care costs is a righteous fight. For too many Americans, health care premiums are going up by hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month. Who has that kind of money? Just this week, I talked to a woman in Florida, practically in Donald Trump's backyard. She is a wife, she is a mother of 4 lively kids, and she is about to lose her health insurance because of Trump's cuts. So what does that mean for her? She has malignant melanoma, and now she is looking at canceling her ongoing treatments because once she loses her insurance, she cannot afford treatment for her cancer. That is deeply, deeply wrong. Democrats are in this fight for the right reason, and Democrats will stay in this fight for the right reasons. In July, congressional Republicans worked hand in hand with President Trump on their biggest passion project, jamming through a bill to hand out massive tax cuts to millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. And then, just to put a little extra whipped cream on top of their Republican ice cream sundae, they paid for those billionaire tax cuts by slashing health care coverage for millions of Americans. Every single Republican voted for it, and every single Democrat voted against it. And when the Republicans voted to cut health care funding last July, Democrats said, we cannot sign off on a 2026 budget that cuts health care for millions of Americans. On September 30th, the 2025 budget expired, and Democrats were ready to negotiate to get some of those health care cuts reversed in the 2026 budget, but the Republicans didn't want to negotiate. Nope. The Republicans decided they would rather shut down government than offer a single nickel to help Americans manage health care costs. They told Democrats to vote for the Republican spending bill, take it or leave it. And they have repeated their take it or leave it through 15 votes and 38 days. Now, Democrats have asked over and over and over and over to negotiate to help Americans with their health care costs. But Donald Trump and the Republicans flatly refused to even talk to Democrats to try to get the government back open. Not even once have the Republicans been willing to negotiate, not once. So, where are we now? Well, Trump tweeted 7 times in one day about his brand new marble bathroom at the White House, while Americans turned to crowdfunding to pay for their health care and grocery bills. Trump hosted a Great Gatsby-themed party while he turned off food assistance for millions of Americans. You know the message to 42 million Americans from Donald Trump? Eat dirt. And Trump is weighing the important idea of etching corporations' names into his grand new gold-encrusted ballroom, while millions of Americans who lose their health insurance will get sick and be forced to decide whether to give up care altogether or go bankrupt trying to pay for it. Meanwhile, Republicans in Congress are in disarray. The House is now in its 7th week of paid vacation. They couldn't reopen the government if they wanted to because they aren't even in Washington to vote. They have members, Republican and Democratic members, who want a deal on health care. But Speaker Johnson just says, nope, everyone spend another week on paid vacation. And here on the Senate side, Republicans are in chaos. Leader Thune puts the same bill up over and over for the same votes, but he won't talk about changing a single word. And now he can't even organize a vote among Republicans to reorganize the government. Instead, Republicans are fighting with Republicans over what to do, and still no one says, let's help families on health care and get the government open. So, Democrats have put a proposal on the table. Lower costs by extending health tax credits for 1 year and reopen government. Do it all in one vote. And during this next year, we will continue to work to make our health care system work better. It's a common sense plan that helps people across this country and that gets our government open. The Senate could do its part to reopen government in less than an hour. We can do it right now, this afternoon. We just have to put the interests of the American people ahead of politics. Americans are
America first. That's all we need to do is America first. That's all we need to do.
Are demanding, urging, begging Congress to do something. Do something before Americans are forced to get sicker and sicker before they can get health care. Do something before health care costs go up and up and up for everyone in this country. People are sick of Washington politics. So we ask our Republican colleagues, help us do what is right for the American people and help us do it right now.
I do just fine, Asians. Why don't you ask Pelosi?
Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand here today on behalf of the people of Massachusetts to say that we are angry. We are angry.
What the fuck is your dumb ass saying, Kevin Nugent? Are you retarded, Kevin Nugent? Are you retarded or just a zombie? Because you sound like you both.
That Trump and MAGA Republicans are doubling the cost for millions of Americans, and their health care bills are going to skyrocket when they promise lower prices. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are stripping Medicaid from the most vulnerable people in our communities. We are angry that Trump and the MAGA Republicans are making families with hungry children go to food pantries for their next meal, forcing families to choose between groceries and rent. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are using public servants as pawns in their hateful political games. And we are angry that during all of this, the Republicans have refused to come to the negotiating table. The House of Representatives has been out for 6 weeks. They're in a political witness protection program across our nation, refusing to come to Washington to sit down to negotiate on these issues. And Americans are counting the hours that are left to solve this health care crisis for them and their families. They're looking around for help. They're looking around for hope. And they are all looking instead at cruelty, pain, fear. That is the agenda of Trump's MAGA Republican Party. Last weekend, I met with Jeff from Natick, who is fighting stage 4 lung cancer. He pays $35,000 a year for an affordable care, health care plan. $35,000 a year. If he can't keep that insurance plan on December 31st, he will have to pay $300,000 a year. Jeff does not have $300,000. That's about to hit him in about 7 weeks. Barbara, she retired early to take care of her spouse with dementia. Her bill's going from $7,500 a year to $18,000 a year. She cannot afford that. There are 22 million stories like Jeff, like Barbara, 22 million of them, who are facing Thanksgiving and Christmas over the next 7 weeks, and there are no answers for them. 22 million people. That's outrageous. These people are afraid and they're angry. By the way, we saw a lot of that anger come out on Tuesday.
Tuesday night, they out of control. They need to be controlled. They need to be pushed back on. Trump needs to be pushed back. There's no pushback for Trump and the Republicans. These people in the chat, these MAGAs in the chat, have no pushback for the Republicans. That's why y'all can't be trusted to be in charge, because y'all don't have no pushback. You just let the president and the people do anything they want to do. Give anybody the money. Give anybody the power. This ain't America first. You Republicans, you MAGAs don't have no pushback.
They came out angry. They came out of fear to vote. That's what happened. And it's only going to build and build and build as each day goes by, and we cannot get an answer from the Republicans on how are we going to handle those people? How are we going to give them?
Absolutely, convergence. The health care has to be looked at. Of course it does. No Republican has voted for health care since it has been made or developed by the Democrats. No help from the Republicans. The only thing they have done is try to destroy it. You can't have one party working for it and the other party trying to destroy it. It will not work.
What they need for those families. And it is very difficult to fathom this abject cruelty of this president, who is happy to force grandma to choose between paying for her prescription and paying for her heating bill, forcing a caretaker.
I'm saying you didn't mind giving money to the rich fat cat. So you need to find a way to save health care for the people who need it. In this country, we're supposed to be doing America first, not somebody else first. America first.
To choose between being there for their parent with Alzheimer's or picking up an extra shift, forcing a single mom to choose between paying for a checkup or paying for after-school snacks. And since they have taken over in January, the Republicans have promised that they were going to solve the health care crisis in our country.
The Republicans' safeguarding of health care means they're trying to get rid of it. Republicans have always wanted to get rid of health care. They're trying to get rid of it. They're not trying to save it. They're trying to get rid of it.
And all it's done is grow and grow and grow. And they pass a bill to take away all of the health care coverage for all of these 22 million people and then transferred the money to billionaires in tax breaks. They swiped the health care.
I don't know whether they gave him the full benefits. I don't know whether they did the part. I don't know. I had to look. Did they do it partial? I know he wasn't trying to do the full.
Of 22 million vulnerable people for billionaires. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great Massachusetts poet, said, health is the first wealth. And MAGA Republicans and Trump have looted that wealth, that health, for those people. These people are angry and they're afraid. They're afraid. They don't have the backup funding that millionaires and billionaires have. Now, my father drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. He drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. I'm his son. And I believe that God created a world where every single person is able to receive the health care which they are entitled to. 3 meals a day, put children through school, keep them safe from illness, give Americans dignity in tough times. Those are the families we're talking to right now. It's the milkmen, it's the workers in nursing homes, it's the children across our country who are going to see a loved one lose their health care in 7 weeks. And the Republicans refuse to come to the table. Every American has a right to live in dignity in tough times. That's where we are right now. They're facing increases in electricity costs, in healthcare costs, in food costs, in clothing costs, in everything. And we can solve at least the healthcare part of this issue right here. The richest nation in the world can ensure peace and health and opportunity for every man and woman and child in our country. We're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And the Republicans are about to let 22 million of them lose their health insurance or see it increase by double or triple, or in the case of Eric from Natick, 10 times from $30,000 a year to $300,000 a year, and he is in stage 4 lung cancer? And we're not even discussing this. The House of Representatives is at a vacation for 6 weeks. Well, those 6 weeks, if you project them forward from now, we're talking about Christmas. That's what we're talking about. What are we in the world is in the mind of Donald Trump that he would allow these families for the next 6 weeks to worry about where the coverage for their family is going to come from? The very least we can do is extend the Affordable Care Tax credits for 1 more year and provide some desperately needed relief for those who are struggling to get by, who need our help right now, who need the peace of mind right now. Those 220 Republicans on that political witness protection program that they're on across the country, they're going to have health insurance for their families. They don't have to worry this Thanksgiving or Christmas about the conversation that's going to take place. And all we're asking for is a vote to provide that health care for the next year for those families and reopen the government so the federal workers can get paid and go back on the job. Pretty simple. And we're looking for any Republican anywhere to come and discuss it with us, negotiate it with us. And they just keep saying no. So this anger that people are feeling, these people are pissed off at the federal government, pissed off that they're losing coverage for their family members. And they want the Republicans to come to the table and solve this problem. What we saw on Tuesday night was the beginning of this anger being translated into action. They asked the ancient Greek philosopher once, when would we know true justice? And he answered, we will know true justice when those who have not been harmed are as angry as those who have been harmed. And across our country right now, those who have not been harmed are angry on behalf of those who are about to be harmed. 22 million people losing their health insurance, seeing skyrocketing health insurance rates. Families, 42 million of them without food stamps, without SNAP programs for nutrition for their families. People are angry, and they deserve an answer. And all we're asking for is 1 year so that we can negotiate this issue. 1 year so we can give peace of mind to 22 million families that they know they will have health insurance after this Thanksgiving and Christmas. I thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back.
Senator from Oregon.
President, I support this proposal and would like Americans to know why. Since before Donald Trump was sworn in for a second term, Senate Democrats have known that this is a health care problem for millions of American families that cries out for fixing. Again and again, we asked our Republican colleagues to work with us, sit with us, and negotiate improvements in a black-letter law that makes Americans' health care better for American families. Again and again, we were turned down. So, on the Senate Finance Committee, everybody knew this day was coming long before Donald Trump took the oath of office. Now the crisis is here, and I'm here to say our door is still open. The Senate Finance Committee has a track record of getting bipartisan work done. Senator Crapo and I wrote a bill that transformed how pharmacy benefit managers work in Medicare. It passed the Finance Committee 26-0. Despite this track record, Republicans still refuse to sit down and even have a conversation about how to help these Americans afford their premiums. That's why we've all been out on the floor today. I'm in the fight for Bart and Carla from Eugene, Oregon. A few years away from Medicare, they've had long careers as a carpenter and a teacher. They worked hard. Now the rug is being pulled out from under them. They've been paying $400 a month in premiums. Without an extension of the credits, they're going to pay $2,200 a month. That's an increase they just can't handle. My Republican colleagues have provided a host of excuses about why they can't work with us, but the excuses don't hold water. For example, there have been allegations of fraud, the same straw man that they used to make the largest Medicaid cuts in history. Republicans pretend they're fighting fraud, but really they're just pushing up costs and kicking working people off their health insurance. And so, to again try to bring everybody together, We introduced legislation that would prevent bad actor brokers from enrolling or switching people into plans without their knowledge. That way we could slap fraudsters with criminal penalties when they harm consumers. On the Republican side, after all the talk, no co-sponsors. Finally, there's been an excuse that says this policy was created during COVID, and now that the pandemic has passed, the tax credits ought to lapse too. Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see Republicans coming down to the floor, for example, to say that telehealth benefits for seniors on Medicare should expire because they were created during the pandemic. This is something I feel strongly about. As my friend from Minnesota knows, I wrote that with the late Orrin Hatch on a bipartisan basis again. The first Trump administration used them to great success. Just because a good health care policy was created in a crisis moment doesn't mean it ought to be ripped away from Americans once the crisis is passed, especially when ending that policy would create a new crisis for over 20 million people who no longer will be able to afford good quality health care. Those are just a couple of the Republican excuses. But the bottom line is, over here, we want to protect families' health care and keep premiums from rocketing into the stratosphere. And unfortunately, the Republicans haven't shared that view. My hope is, and we've had an important conversation, appreciate the leadership, Senator Klobuchar, we've had an important conversation about trying to get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the right thing. Join us as we've done so often in the Senate Finance Committee, and lower Americans' health care costs. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
I believe in health care. Your health, my mother told me a long time ago, is everything, so take care of your health. It is vital. It is essential. And I believe that health care is a human right. And it is certainly something that the wealthiest nation on the planet and in the history of humankind can and ought to provide for all of its citizens. It is right, it is fair, but it is also smart. A healthy nation is a strong nation. Healthy children are ready to learn. And so that's why I've worked so hard and so long with my colleagues on this issue. Matter of fact, long before I came to the Senate, I've been focused on this issue of health care, trying to get my home state of Georgia to expand, and I keep preaching that sermon because right now there are more than 500,000 Georgians who are in the health care coverage gap. I came here in 2017 to this place not as a senator but as a pastor and as an activist. And I remember getting arrested, I believe in 2017, when there were major health care cuts on the table. And as I began to make my argument and gathered with other pastors in the rotunda, the Capitol Police, very professionally, but they began to say to us, "Pastors, you can't gather and pray in the rotunda, we'll have to arrest you." What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My mind and my imagination had been arrested by this idea that surely the American nation can do better than this. Healthcare is a human right. Dr. King, who led the church that I am still honored to lead, said that of all the injustices, inequality in healthcare is the most shocking and the most inhumane. And that's why I was proud to join my colleagues, and I am proud to stand with my colleagues in this fight. This is about 22 million Americans who will see their health care premiums double, some triple, some quadruple. And this is not theoretical stuff for me. These are the people in my community. These are folks sitting in the pews of my church. And many of them will lose their health care. if something doesn't happen. A few weeks ago, I was at the Evans County Memorial Hospital in Evans County. And I got to tell you, that's a red district. I don't have a whole lot of votes. I got some. Claxton, Georgia, known for the fruitcakes. And I was at that hospital, and I can tell you that those folks were already worried because of the draconian cuts to Medicaid in the big, beautiful bill, so-called beautiful bill. 15 million Americans already standing to lose their health care, and then the premiums raised for 22 million Americans while giving Elon Musk and people like him a tax cut? That's beyond the pale of partisanship. For me, that's not about Democrats and Republicans. You ask ordinary people on the street if they think that's fair. I can tell you that those folks in Evans County, many of whom did not vote for me, but I am fighting for them because I am their senator too. They're worried about it. And so that's why we've been in this fight, and that's why we continue to stand to this very day. It's day 38. And we're holding vigil because of the pain of the people we represent. And there's a lot of pain to go around. 22 million, whose premiums may go up, have gone up. They're seeing it on the portals right now. Federal workers who've been furloughed. The kids who like me, are in Head Start. We've got Head Start centers that are about to shutter because of the government shutdown. And let's be honest, the folks on SNAP were dragged into this fight. They were not a part of this. They were dragged into this fight. There are already legal provisions to make sure that they are cared for, and this administration right now is defying a court order to feed America's hungry people. With all of that pain, from the crisis in health care, from the ongoing government shutdown, we come to our sisters and our brothers on the other side and we extend the hand of compromise. Because it hasn't taken me long to learn that really that's the only way you get anything done in this body. I work all the time with colleagues with whom I disagree about 90% of the time. Because it's not about them and it's not about me, it's about the people we represent. And the founders were wise to organize our government in such a way that that's the only way to have sustainable change, is to do it on a bipartisan basis. And so my colleagues have taken their position, we've taken ours, and here we are at an impasse. But I represent a state that elected me and Donald Trump. And so they expect us to figure it out. Sometimes when I'm driving my car, I've got a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, 9-year-old daughter, 6-year-old son. Sometimes they're in the back seat having a disagreement. He looked at me. She touched me. And then they say, Daddy, you know, they call on me. And here's what I say more often than not: figure it out. The two of you on the back seat of the car, that's your sister, that's your brother. We're all in the same car. We're trying to get to the same destination. Figure it out. We're all in the same car tonight. Democrats and Republicans. There's a way in which the poor and the wealthy don't. There's a way in which they're all in the same car. COVID reminded us of that.
Before we had a vaccine, if my neighbor had the virus, I too was in peril. That didn't make my neighbor my adversary. That means that I have a vested interest in making sure that my neighbor has coverage. And so here's the proposal: 1 year clean extension of the ACA subsidies. That's not what we want. If we had it our way, we would make it permanent. That's not what we fought for 38 days for, a 1 year extension, but we're offering that after standing for 38 days. 1 year extension, and then let's sit down, and in the words of Scripture, let us reason together. Let us have a conversation. Let's reopen the government. Let's extend health care to folks who in real time are opening up the portal and they have sticker shock. And then let's sit down and figure it out, because if we're honest, the status quo is not working very well for anybody. Anybody who's just trying to defend the status quo has not been talking to ordinary people. There are a lot of things that need to be fixed, and we can do that, but we've got to reopen the government and give people a little bit of hope. Give those 22 million Americans hope. Give the 44 million Americans who need SNAP some hope. Give our federal workers some hope. There's an African proverb that says, when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. It's the grassroots in Georgia and all across the nation right now who are suffering, because too often the politicians make the politics about the politicians rather than about the people. Let's center the people. And if we center the people, we will compromise. And we'll figure it out. In closing, Mr. President, nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says in closing. I've worked with members of your party on a whole range of things. And at the risk of embarrassing him, Ted Cruz and I even work together every now and then. And I mention him because early in my tenure here, he and I worked on a little thing, just a little provision, to try to get a little bit closer to building out this interstate, I-14. That would run through Georgia all the way to Texas. Same road that runs through Texas runs through Georgia. And if we get that road built out, when it's time to get on that road, nobody asks you, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Nobody asks you about your religion or if you have a religious tradition at all. Nobody asks you. Some folks are going to church, some are going to the mosque, some are going to temple, some are going to the park, some are going to the beach, but they all get on the same road trying to get to wherever they're going. There is a road that runs through this American experience. There's a road that runs through our humanity that ought to connect all of us together, that ought to remind us that we all want our children to thrive and we all want our families to have a future. Let us make haste to that road and walk towards a brighter American future. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Minnesota.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
They don't want to open the shut. They don't want to open the government. They just want the money. That's all they want is the money. They want to take from the middle class. They want to take from the rich, and then they don't want to give us anything for taking for our money. We expect government to do what they need to do in order to help the American people, not give their money away, not give their subsidies a time to subside or to slack, not do any of those things. We want affordable health care, and we want all those things. Things how you gave money to foreigners, we want you to give money back to the American people. That's what we want. Give the money back to the American people. They wasn't worried about the rich people giving the rich people handouts. They wasn't worried about that. But they worried about Keisha gonna spend $30 on a steak. They worried about Keisha buying a piece of candy. But they ain't worried about the rich people getting money for free. How in the hell does a poor person convince How does a rich person convince a poor person to give him money and then he turn around and give it away to other rich men? I don't understand what's going on. Hold on. I don't understand what's going on. And they got people mad all across the globe. All across the everything. Hold on. I want to speak, y'all. We want to send you what is this? Hold on. I want to pay this for you. Things how they gonna vote, they gonna do their dumb shit. What they gonna do? Hold on. This young man, he's selling it. He may be racist, but he telling the truth. Hold on. I want y'all to listen to this one thing. This one thing.
In case anybody needs to be reminded. Let me remind you, by the way, where we are. In case anybody needs to be reminded. 2 months ago, Charlie Kirk got shot in the face. Most likely by a leftist. And whether you think there was a conspiracy or whether you believe the official narrative, regardless, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of left-wing Democrats celebrated that. Whoever you think killed him, it almost doesn't even matter for the sake of this argument. Because whether it was Israel or the Mormon Mafia or the government, whoever it was, or Tyler Robinson, hundreds of thousands of leftists celebrated because some polemical activist, a live streamer, got shot in the neck and executed. A 31-year-old father, recently married, head of a college campus organization. They celebrated that he got shot in the neck for no reason, for basically expressing moderate conservative politics. That's where we are. Okay? That's where Americans are. We have 40 million illegals in the country. Half of the country is now non-white, and a good percentage of those people hate us. They hate our ancestors. They hate white people. They want to take our stuff. They think that we are richer than them because of slavery and racism. And so they want to raise our taxes. to fund free healthcare, free education, free food, free everything. And as time goes on, they're going to increase their share of the electorate and then therefore increase their share of government power in order to achieve this. To hurt white people, take from white people, and give to themselves. Open up the borders for more immigrants. Open up the borders for more illegals. These are the kinds of people, in addition to white leftists, that are celebrating political violence against somebody like Charlie Kirk, who believes the same things that we believe, and actually maybe believes 30% less of what the rest of us believe. Certainly what we believe in the wake of his assassination. That's where we are.
Exactly, and this is insane that we are at this point. Just look what happened last night in New York. That says already enough, right? And I feel like I'm a legal migrant myself, so can you imagine? But
I hate when that dude talks. Hold on.
who will do it? America first. Don't forget this.
And we got there because the mainstream media and on social media, they have been gaslighting half the population into thinking that white people are evil. Trump is Hitler. Trump is a Nazi. The right wing are fascists. The right wing are Nazis. This is where we are in America. Now, let me ask you something. What has been done about any of it? Has Antifa been rounded up? No. Has there been a thorough investigation into Charlie Kirk's death? No. Have any of the people celebrating, collaborating in the hit job, have they been held accountable? No. Are there mass deportations? No. In the aftermath of my interview with Tucker Carlson, I have been called a Nazi. I have been called a monster. 2 months ago, the same people that were saying the left killed Charlie by calling him a Nazi, they need to turn down the temperature. They need to soften the rhetoric. The same people that were saying that 2 months ago, today are saying that I'm a Nazi, I'm a monster, I'm the worst person ever. Why? Because I said we're too Israel first. Because I'm an edgelord. Because I'm a right-wing edgelord. I've said things about Hitler. Last night, Republicans got destroyed in the election. They lost significant ground in states like Virginia and New Jersey. In New York City, a race communist, a Muslim immigrant democratic socialist who said he's going to tax white neighborhoods to give free services to the rest of the city, he just became mayor of New York City. And the same night that that's happening, we have the head of the most prestigious conservative think tank putting out a message like this. That's the message? It's an apology for anti-Semitic tropes? I'm sorry for my word choice. Venomous coalition is an anti-Semitic trope. We need to challenge Tucker more. Does anybody believe that is the message that America wants or needs right now? Is that good for Republican politics? Is that good for Republican voters? Is that good for any voters? Is that objectively good for anybody? Is that even true? We all know what is going on here. It's obvious. Let's just say it directly and explicitly and openly. The Republican Party, as we all know, has been hijacked for a long time by a tiny but extremely rich and extremely vocal and aggressive and influential group of pro-Israel Jews. Everybody knows that.
I don't think everybody knows that, and that's why it's very important that Nick is saying this. And also, I don't think it's just a... That's why it's very important that Nick is saying this. And also, who is it's fine, average power in our country, it's by such a degree. For real, just imagine.
They use their money, they use their influence, they bully, they intimidate, they are reckless, they are irresponsible.
He's talking about you maggots.
Look at Mark Levin, look at Ben Shapiro. These are not temperate, moderate, sensible people. These are lunatics. They get up on stage and they scream at the top of their lungs, scream and yell about terrorists, Hamas, Islamo-Nazis, Islamo-communists, Hitler and neo-Nazis.
He's talking about you maggots.
They are insane. People like Shabbos Kestenbaum and Bill Ackman, they were Democrats 2 years ago. Now they're in the Republican Party. You know what Shabbos Kestenbaum said in an interview this weekend? He said, we need to put Jews first. That's a quote. He said, Jews need to be Jewish first. He said that in an interview with Israeli media in Israel. He spoke at the Republican National Convention last year. He's suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. He's met the president multiple times. Mark Levin got on stage at the Republican Jewish Coalition this weekend and said that powerful Jews need to use their resources and their position to punish anyone that criticizes Israel. He said, we're tired of hearing about the West Bank. We're tired of hearing about genocide. We're tired of hearing about AIPAC. He said, we're taking names and we'll make our decisions about 2028. Just who do these people think they are? And we all know what happened to Kevin Roberts. The difference between Kevin Roberts and Tucker Carlson is this. Tucker Carlson doesn't have a boss. He doesn't have stakeholders. He doesn't have board members. He doesn't have donors. He doesn't have employees. He's got a small production staff, and he's entirely independent and self-funded. He's in a cabin up in Maine, which he runs using ad revenue. Tucker Carlson can do and say whatever he wants within reason. Kevin Roberts, on the other hand, running a think tank, is beholden to his donors, to the board members. He's beholden to his own employees. He's beholden to partner organizations like the Coalition or Task Force for Fighting Anti-Semitism. And we all know that when he defended Tucker Carlson, there was a revolt among the stakeholders, among the interested parties, all the aforementioned groups of people that he has to answer to. And they said, if you don't apologize, if you don't delete the video, if you don't condemn Tucker, if you don't hire a Generation Z ambassador to be pro-Israel, if you don't bring all the junior staff members to the Shabbat dinner, then you're finished.
So this is literally how they can hold you hostage. Like, they give you money, and once they give you money, they have power. So you have to act, and think like how they want people. Therefore, the switch on this, isn't that give hostage?
Foundation hostage. They're holding the Republican Party hostage because of their outsized institutional influence. As a result, we have a Republican Party that cares far more about Israel. And in particular, it's not just that they care about Israel. They care far more about appeasing and placating and representing a small, aggressive, vocal group of Jews like Mark Levin, like the Republican Jewish Coalition. I know people are afraid of the word, but that's what it is. They are far more concerned with satisfying this special interest group than they are with Americans. And you see that reflected everywhere, everywhere. Matt Walsh, who works for Ben Shapiro at Daily Wire, says, I don't care about Israel. I care about America. Can we just stop all the drama and focus on domestic concerns? In theory, I agree with that. But let's talk about some of the domestic priorities of this administration. Donald Trump was elected in part because of the Make America Healthy Again initiative. What has Robert Kennedy Jr. done at the Department of Health and Human Services? Have they banned seed oils? Have they banned dyes? Have they named the cause of autism? Have they done anything like that? No. But did you know they declared anti-Semitism a public health emergency within the first 60 days of the Trump administration? That's your Department of Health and Human Services under Secretary RFK Jr. How about the border? Donald Trump was elected to deport 10 million illegals that came in under Joe Biden. It was the promise of mass deportations. That's overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, headed up by Secretary Kristi Noem. Do you know that Kristi Noem is absolutely preoccupied with policing anti-Semitism? I know people that work in the department, and they say that a fixation in Homeland Security is revoking the visas of anybody that criticizes Israel. And that is what the DHS has been doing. They have been working with the State Department to review the social media posts.
Nick Fuentes is reading the Republican Party. They just don't want to listen to what he's saying. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I am saying he's reading the Republican Party, and he's saying you MAGAs are trash. That's what he's saying.
Of anybody that wants a visa into the United States. If you want to travel here as a tourist, if you are here on a work visa, if you are here on a student visa, Homeland Security is looking at your visa, and they will revoke access or entry into the United States if they find criticism of Israel on your social media accounts. So we've deported 400,000 people in 2025. That's going to be the year-end number.
Your own people are calling it trash. Your own base is calling y'all trash. Blue Tuesday should have told y'all you need to auto-correct, but y'all gonna keep going down the right path. Y'all gonna keep going down that same path, and you're gonna be an obsolete party. This is what Nick is trying to tell you guys.
It's nowhere close to 1 million per year. It's nowhere close to where it needs to be, which is 2.5 million per year. But they are combing through millions of visa holders' Twitter and Facebook accounts to see if they criticized Israel. How about the Department of Education, headed up by Secretary Linda McMahon? Are they going after the anti-white curriculum in the schools? Are they going after BLM? No.
He's saying y'all doing goofy shit, and you shouldn't be doing goofy shit. That's what he's saying. You MAGA people are doing goofy shit. Instead of putting the country forward, y'all doing goofy shit. That's what he's trying to say.
The Department of Education has seized the grants and the loans of 6 out of 8 Ivy League universities, Harvard and Columbia, and even non-Ivy League universities like MIT. At Northwestern, under pressure from the federal government, you actually have to attend a re-education program teaching you to be pro-Israel to attend Northwestern University in Chicago. That's what the Department of Ed is up to. What about the Department of War?
He's saying y'all ain't putting America first. He's saying MAGA ain't putting America first. You're doing goofy shit with you're just doing goofy shit. Man.
The promise in 2024 was no new wars. We got into 2 new wars this year. We bombed Yemen for a month, and then we bombed Iran for the first time. We dropped bunker buster bombs on Iran's nuclear program, and Trump says we're not done. We're going to go back in. And who was that at the behest of? That was after Trump had lunch with Mark Levin back in June earlier this year.
And don't forget Venezuela as well. But isn't it kind of weird and suspicious? He would focus on a country, and all these people are busy with all these things. This almost feels like a.
Why do you think Donald Trump has lost 50% of his support?
We don't know. Doing goofy shit. He has the goofy shit going. He has these maggots, the ones that are in the chat, doing goofy shit. That's why he's lost the support. Because nobody wants his agenda. Nobody.
Among 18 to 29-year-olds since the beginning of the year. It's because the golden age has not materialized for Americans. The golden age has not materialized for young people. Everywhere you look, every way you want to cut it, whether it's the Department of War or the Department of Education, Department of Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, State Department, which is revoking visas, and trying to get Israel more land? How about the Department of Justice protecting Jeffrey Epstein, the Mossad spy? Everywhere you look, everywhere you cut it, the MAGA movement is forfeiting. They're giving it up. They're voluntarily losing. They're losing the forgotten men and women of America. They're losing the white people, the Christians, the young people. They're losing the Hispanics that came over in 24 in record numbers. They're losing everybody. They're losing everybody that isn't a psycho lunatic pro-Israel Jew like Mark Levin. Is it worth it? And why is that? We are being held hostage as a nation. We are the United States of America, biggest, wealthiest, most powerful country in the history of the world. Our sons, our brothers, our forefathers die in wars for this empire. We pay our taxes. We work our fingers to the bone for this empire, but it's not for us. Do we get the spoils? Do we get the fruits? No. The fruits and the spoils of all of it goes to a tiny and loud minority of bullies. Because people like Kevin Roberts and people like Donald Trump and people like J.D. Vance and all of them, they are all beholden to this group because they know that if they talk to Nick Fuentes, if they criticize Israel, you'll see the treatment that I got this past week. Look at how they talk about me on Twitter. And we all see what's going on here. Look at the coordinated attack on social media from everywhere, from all sides. Look at all the bad clips he's ever said. He's a Hitler worshiper. He's a Nazi. He's a monster. He's terrible. No one should be his friend. No one should talk to him. We're not stupid. We see what's going on. It's obvious.
I'm playing him because he's reading you MAGAs. I'm playing him because you MAGAs aren't putting America first. You're putting something else first. This is what he's trying to tell you. Y'all don't listen to nobody, just zombies, not listening to nothing. People losing their jobs, their farms, their money, and y'all still traveling on the same broken, fucked up track. That's what he's trying to say.
These are the same smear tactics, the same bullying, intimidation.
Yeah, I'm funny as hell in real life.
Harassment, the same psycho berserker tactics they've used for years. And everybody is sick of it.
Sick of it. Sick of it.
And newsflash, it's not working. I'm more popular than ever. Nobody knows who Mark Levin is that's under the age of 50. Mark Levin, who? Nobody watches Ben Shapiro anymore. People are watching Candace Owens.
And that's good, right? Because I feel like I don't trust Mark. They're not that people don't is more to the danger.
Because people agree with me. You can call me a Nazi. You better be careful. Because if I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a fucking Nazi. So you better be careful about those words. You're saying I'm a Nazi, I'm a monster. There's a million monsters then. There's a million Nazis out there then. Because they love my show and they agree with me way more than they agree with you. And they're pissed off. And they'll follow me into battle. So you better be real careful. You're barking up the wrong tree with that. Either you're wrong and I'm not a Nazi and millions of people are, or maybe that just doesn't even mean anything at all. Forget even that. Millions of people don't give a shit anymore. You can call us a Nazi. We don't care about Nazis. We don't care about the Holocaust. We don't care about Hitler. We don't care about any of that. Millions of people are rising up and we're saying, this is our red line. We are drawing a line in the sand right now. It's America first or Israel first. If the GOP keeps going down the path of Israel first, if it doesn't turn around and reverse course, we're done. Fuck you. We're never voting again. Look at what happened. All these people voted for Trump and look how he betrayed them.
Look how he betrayed them. Look how he betrayed them. Wow.
Donald Trump won the election 1 year ago, promising a golden age. He's more unpopular than ever. Why do you think that is? And I'm happy to see him lose. Democrats want to destroy us. Republicans do nothing for us. We're out. This is the line in the sand. You're either America first and you're with the Americans, or you're Israel first and you're with these lunatics. Kevin Roberts, you're my enemy. Okay? Kevin Roberts says, let's go win. He said, I'm going to talk to the young people. Let me tell you something, Kevin Roberts. Nobody will ever follow you because you don't inspire. Your weakness, your lassitude, your cowardice doesn't inspire anybody, least of all young men, that have had everything taken from them. This bald loser gets up and says, I need to be better. I should have chose my words more carefully. Choose your words more carefully. Motherfucker, we're at war right now. Do you understand the stakes here?
Oh, bro, Nick is on fire. Wish you had said that. Do you comments like this feature all the best?
He's telling you about your party. He's telling you about your party. You guys got to wake up. You got to get off that track. I don't know what track you consider the track, but you need to get the hell off the track that y'all on. It's just
vetted by, quite honestly, offices, both Democrat and Republican Senate offices, by the Office of Management and Budget, by the public sector unions who have come out in support for it. This is a bill that is ready for prime time. This is a bill that is ready to be passed tonight. Now, it was unfortunate that we couldn't pass it by unanimous consent, because had we done that, the House is on a 48-hour callback, and they will come back. The Speaker has already said they will pass this in the House, and we can get our military members, air traffic controllers, these federal workers who keep us safe, we can get them paid. So again, I'm just asking, I'm actually pleading with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please vote to proceed to this bill. We'll substitute an amendment that includes furloughed workers. We can pass this tonight. If we vote to proceed, we can then vote for unanimous consent to waive all the time agreements, and we could even pass this yet tonight. Make our skies safer. But I know the senator from Alaska has a few words to say, and I know the senator from Texas will as well. So I yield to the senator from Alaska.
Thank you, my colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Johnson, and I've been proud to work with him on this bill over the last couple of weeks. The way this came to the floor, Senator Johnson and I were making the case in the conference. I had a bill that actually was a bill about paying our troops. Imagine that. You wouldn't want to pay our military during a shutdown, including the Coast Guard. Senator Johnson came to me and said, hey, Dan, I got a broader bill. Let's pay everybody who's required to work to keep us safe in America. So I said, great idea. Let's do it. So this is the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson already talked about what it does. It's very, very simple. If you are required to work because your job's important, primarily because you're keeping Americans safe, then you should be paid. We have a great example right here. All these Capitol police officers right now keeping us safe right here on the Capitol. They're not getting paid.
But everybody in that chamber gets paid. Everybody in this chamber gets paid. They're taking a paycheck. So why is it that taking a paycheck, they get to take a paycheck, but nobody else gets to take a paycheck? That's wild.
Traffic controllers, TSA, keeping us safe right now in America. Senator Cruz is going to talk about what they've been going through. They're not getting paid. They should be paid. And of course, our military. President Trump has worked magic to keep them getting paid, but that's going to run out soon. So this is a very simple bill. There's nothing more American than paying people for their hard work, especially when the federal government is requiring them to work. So what happened? Oh, and by the way, Senator Johnson mentioned it's well over 200 groups now. I have the long list of public employee unions, the Teamsters, private sector unions, all kinds of organizations across America are saying to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, pass the short-term CR, but also pass this bill. So what happened? When we worked this 2 weeks ago, there was a number of Democrat senators who came to us and they're very interested in doing it. Because it makes sense. How could you not be interested in doing it? We can.
Because they don't want to give the American people medical. See, that's the one thing none of you guys have addressed in the chat. None of you have addressed the fact that the Republicans do not want to give the Americans their health care. They do not want to fix Obamacare. They do not want to fix the ACA. They want it to die on the vine. And then all these people will be out here without insurance. Nobody wants to address that. They want to talk about everything else but the fact that their party does not want to give them any kind of Medicare.
Negotiate health care and these other issues, but the men and women in the federal government who are working without a paycheck, you've been hearing stories about the FAA guy driving an Uber because he's got to pay his family. He's not getting paid. And he's had a really important job as an air traffic controller. So we thought our bill was going to pass. A number of Democrat senators were like, hey, we agree with this. It's 2 weeks ago. So what happened? Here's what happened. The same thing that's been happening every night. The minority leader, Senator Schumer, and the Democratic leadership is pressuring the other Democrat senators, don't do it. Don't do it. The pressure comes on them. It's happening right now. The pressure comes on. Don't do it. We got to make sure the left wing of the party's happy. You heard Senator Schumer recently that we're, quote, winning. We are winning the shutdown. I'll tell you who's not winning the shutdown. By the way, I have no idea who he's talking about when he says we, but I'll tell you who's not winning the shutdown. The men and women in America who work for the federal government who aren't getting a paycheck and are required to work. So that's what happened last time. Democrat senators were going to vote for our bill. And the leadership on the Democratic side, because they want to use these people as leverage, convince them, pressure them not to vote for it. So I hope my Democrat colleagues, at least 9 of you, actually it's 8 of you, have the courage to look at your leader and go, you know what, Chuck, sorry, I'm going to pay the Marines. I'm going to pay the Navy. I'm going to pay the FAA. I'm going to pay TSA. And we're certainly not going to use them, as Senator Johnson said, as pawns. Because right now they're being used as pawns. So here's the deal. To my Democratic colleagues, 2 weeks ago, a number of you were going to do this. We had discussions. And then you kind of got pressured to not. Show some courage. Walk up and vote with us to pay the men and women in America, federal workers who are keeping us safe and haven't gotten a paycheck. There's nothing more American than that. Have the courage to do it. I yield back to my colleague from Wisconsin.
And I want to thank the senator for Alaska. He has been so dedicated. He's been so tenacious in making sure the finest amongst the men and women of our military get paid. And then, signing on to my effort to broaden this to all federal employees. Again, as you said, they shouldn't have to go to food banks. They shouldn't have to drive DoorDash to pay their child's tuition or to feed their families. This is ridiculous. But we had a chilling report from the senator from Texas, the chairman of the Commerce Committee, in terms of what's happening with air traffic control and in terms of our skies. But before we turn to the senator from Texas, we're going to go to the senator from Wyoming has a few words to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Johnson for his dedication to try to pry the federal workers who are being used in what is a political battle, and I want to excuse them from a partisan political battle that is not of their making.
Address the question. Why is it that Republicans don't want to give people the health care? That's all they got to do is say, hey, we will make sure that people keep the same health care that they've been having. Why is it that y'all in here, you MAGAs in here caping for the rich people? You trying real hard not to help the poor people. Why is it that we got people in here trying to help the poor, the rich, instead of helping the poor? This is what I want to know. Why you ain't fighting for the poor people to get medical insurance?
So they can go back to work and serve the American.
So why ain't your trash ass party trying to fix it? They don't want to fix it. They can fix it. They don't want to.
American people. So what we have here is a political standoff between Democrats and Republicans in Congress. It has nothing to do with the air traffic controllers. Some of them are Democrats.
He said he didn't care. Trump said he didn't care about none of that. He said it plain to people's faces.
Democrats, some are Republicans. It has nothing to do with any other essential or furloughed federal worker. Some of them are Democrats and Republicans. Some of them probably agree that we should shut down the government so insurance companies can make billions more dollars off the American taxpayers under Obamacare. Some of them are Republicans and think that we should open the government and work out this health care mess after we open the government. But regardless of that, they're not in a position to make those decisions. We are. So here we are
Here we go. Let's read it.
Donald Trump finally tells the truth for once, as he admits he doesn't care if the country unites or not. Now, this was today on Fox and Friends, where Donald Trump was asked about what happened with Charlie Kirk, which eventually led to him being asked, how does the country unite? And this is what he had to say.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
Yeah, he couldn't care less. Keep in mind, that is the President of the United States. The President of the United States, during a time when the country needs healing, the country needs a leader to bring us back together, he doesn't even care. You guys want to fight? You guys want to argue? We have a divided country? So what? I can't be bothered with it. When people say that Donald Trump is in this for himself, they are spot on, because those are the words of somebody who just doesn't care, as he admits. And when people ask me, why don't I call him President Trump and respect the office of the president, he doesn't respect the office of the president as displayed there. It's horrible.
Longest shutdown in government history. The Congress is responsible for it. It's political, it's not policy driven. So since we're going to argue about politics and who's winning and who's losing and who's setting themselves up to have the next president or win the midterms, instead of worrying about whether the airways are safe, whether WIC is funded, whether SNAP is funded, whether workers are funded, whether the military is funded, since we're going to fight over who's going to win the election a year from now, let's excuse the people who are not responsible for this dysfunction from our dysfunction. That's what Senator Johnson is trying to do. Now, we all agree, Democrats and Republicans, that this is not fair to federal workers, people who are in the military, who are air traffic controllers, who are essential, who are furloughed. It's not fair to them. We all agree. What Senator Johnson is doing is finding a way that we can be together on a bipartisan basis, excuse the federal workers, from this mess. Let them be paid, and let us go on with our absurd, partisan, political dysfunction if that's what we want. If we want to fight about health care, it's my opinion we ought to do it after we fully open the government. But if we're not willing to do that, let's at least let the federal workers off the hook. I applaud Senator Johnson. I applaud Senator Sullivan. I applaud Senator Cruz. We want to be able to keep Americans safe who are getting in airplanes every day. We want to keep Americans safe who are working in the military. They don't make very much money, especially those young first and second year military employees. And some of those have young families. Some of those have spouses. So I'm telling you, they don't make much money. And then you withhold their pay. Those are the people that are working paycheck to paycheck. Let them out of our political dysfunction. Don't make them suffer for our political misfunction and dysfunction. I want to also thank any Democrat who will listen and be compassionate towards your federal workers in your districts. This is wrong for those of us, whether we disagree about health care or not, whether you want to fund billions of dollars to give to insurance companies for a broken health care system, fine. We can have that debate. But don't penalize the federal workers for our dysfunction, our disrespect for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
I appreciate the remarks by Senator from Wyoming. I know people are already coming down here to vote, but there are no time restrictions here. This is extremely important. We have a number of senators that want to speak to this issue. We should give them time to speak. Hopefully, to convince our colleagues on the other side to, again, be fair. Think about what your vote means to people that don't want to be used as pawns. Now, I believe the senator from Texas, our chairman of the Commerce Committee, he's got some pretty, as I said, chilling information to relate to the American public based on what is happening if we do not pay air traffic controllers. Senator from Texas.
I thank Senator Johnson. It is day 38 of the Schumer shutdown, the longest government shutdown in the history of the United States. Now, Senator Schumer told the world, quote, "Every day gets better for us." Senator Sullivan asked, "Who's the us?" I'll tell you who the us is. This is a partisan political show. It happened because in March, the Democrats decided to be reasonable and allow the government to stay open. And the extreme left wing of the Democrat Party got furious, and Senator Schumer nearly lost his job. And now, the government is shut down because the Democrats want to show the radical left wing in their base that they really, really, really hate Donald Trump. Now, on the Democrat side of the aisle, there's a talking point we actually had in the Commerce Committee yesterday. One of our Democrat colleagues said, there's a Republican president, there's a Republican Senate, there's a Republican House. This is the Republicans' shutdown. And I don't know who actually produces those talking points for Democrats, but every one of them, word for word, says the identical thing. Well, I tell you, I spoke shortly thereafter, and I said, every witness in a court of law, before they testify, they're sworn in, and they're asked that their testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I said what my Democrat colleague just did there failed part number 2, the whole truth. You're right, there is a Republican president. You're right, there is a Republican House. And you're right, there is a Republican Senate. What the Democrats also know is that under the Senate rules, it takes 60 senators to vote to fund the government. They all know that. That's not something they don't know. And it's not an accident that they don't mention it. Why do we have a shutdown? Well, let's count. There are 53 desks on this side of the Senate floor. There are 53 Republicans, which means the government cannot be funded until at least 7 Democrats decide we're going to fund the government. By the way, this is not a new development. When Joe Biden was president, 13 separate times, we passed a clean continuing resolution. What does that mean? We had a 60-vote threshold then, too. That means Republicans could have done this garbage any of the 13 times under Joe Biden, but we did not. They didn't have 60 votes. What was different when Joe Biden was president is Republicans voted with the Democrats to allow the government to stay open. And by the way, in March, the Democrats knew that was the responsible thing to do. It does not take much on the magic Google machine to get video of every one of these Democrats saying on TV, government shutdowns are reckless, they're irresponsible, they're wrong. They all know that. But you know what they're counting on? I look up and the press gallery is virtually empty. They're counting on ABC, NBC, and CBS lying to the American people. They're counting on CNN lying to the American people. They're counting on MSNBC lying to the American people. This is not complicated. 14 times the Republicans on this side of the floor have voted to open the government. And 14 times Democrats have voted to keep the government closed. And then, after they vote to keep the government closed, the Democrats walk out to the reporters and say, gosh, I can't believe the Republicans closed the government. That's when a reporter is actually supposed to do something really radical. It's called report. The person telling me he or she is upset at the government shutdown, why did you vote 14 times to keep the government shut down? Now, there are lots of aspects of this that are painful, but there's one in particular that is impacting American families all over the country, which is any family that is traveling for work, traveling to visit a sick relative, traveling to go to a funeral in a family, traveling to go on a family vacation. There are right now over 50,000 TSA agents. Many of them are going to work. They're not getting paid. They miss their paycheck. There are right now more than 14,000 air traffic controllers. Many of them are going to work. None of them are getting paid. That means they're trying to figure out, their last paycheck didn't come, they're trying to figure out, how do I pay my mortgage? How do I pay my rent? How do I pay my food? How do I feed my kids? How do I take care of medical bills? You know what the answer from the Democrats is? Every day gets better for us. If you're hurting and not getting a paycheck, Senator Schumer's answer, I do appreciate his doing the Mr. Burns tent with his hands. I wish he'd started off with excellent. But that is, in fact, his.
This is the one senator I can't stand. He always puts himself first above Texas. He's a shitty Republican. He's a shitty senator, and he's shitty to his people. He always gets on here to grandstand. He never does anything positive. He always picks something above the people. He's a shitty senator, and I can't wait for him to lose his seat next year.
Quote, every day gets better for us. On Wednesday, there were over 15,000 flight delays. On Wednesday, there were over 600 canceled flights. Delta Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. United Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Southwest Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. American Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government.
Y'all notice that Trump told the Republicans to use the nuclear option, right? And open the government. They don't want to open the government. They don't want to use the nuclear option. Trump already told them to do it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to open it up. Trump told them to open it up already, and they don't want to. This is the Republicans' fault.
The National Air Traffic Controllers Association has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Yesterday, I had a conversation with the administrator of the FAA.
Hopefully y'all hitting the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. We like to clown with these clowns in Senate and House. They all need to lose their job. Every last one of them need to lose their job. That's what we need to do is vote their ass out. Whenever they come up for re-election, we vote their ass out. We need new blood. We need new, fresh people to move this country forward. These people just want to keep their jobs. All of them just want to keep their jobs. That's my goal, is to get rid of all of these old motherfuckers. They need to lose everything. No, sorry, Justin. We already know they whole card. We already pulled their whole card. We know that they don't want to open the government. We know the Republicans don't want to open the government. And we know that they can, because Trump told them to open it, but they don't want to. They don't want to give you poor MAGAs nothing. No food, no insurance, no nothing. They don't want to give y'all nothing.
It was chilling. As everyone knows, the FAA announced that it is putting in place a mandatory 10% reduction in flights in the 40 largest airports in America.
Justin, is called the nuclear option. Please start reading. Please start reading, child. They can open the government. They could have opened the government. The Republicans don't want to. Wow. Why you think Trump is... Go look up the nuclear option, Justin. Why is Trump telling the Republicans to forget the Democrats, use the nuclear option? Because they can open it. They just never wanted to. Man, y'all just be saying stuff. Just be saying stuff.
What the administrator of the FAA told me yesterday on the phone was why. And here's what Administrator Bedford said. He said, last Friday, which was Halloween, half of the busiest 30 air traffic control facilities were short-staffed. That includes New York, Austin, Newark, Phoenix, Washington, Nashville, Dallas, and Denver.
I want to get rid of all of them because they don't mean no good to none of us. And we need to change something.
I want you to listen to this next statistic. Nearly 80% of the air traffic controllers in New York City called out. They did not show up to work. Nearly 80%. Senator Schumer represents New York City. Nearly 80% of the controllers.
Dan Zinger, I hate to break it to you, bro. I hate to break it to you. Y'all ain't winning jack. Not even with your party. Not even with Trump. Trump knows y'all can open the government. Y'all just been lying.
Called out on Halloween. There were rampant delays. The FAA said the aggregate data, the whole national airspace system,
we need to vote all of these trash Republicans out and Democrats. I'm sorry, trash Democrats and Republicans. They all need to be they all trash. We need to get rid of all of them. All of them.
It's okay. But then they deaggregated the data looking at the 40 biggest airports in particular. It painted a very different picture.
That's what your president said. Your president said, do what you need to do in order to open the government. You do what you need to do. The Republicans just don't want to do it because they know the Democrats are going to do it when the Democrats got in control. Y'all just sit there and don't open the government. The Democrats open the government as soon as we get to 2026. When y'all get ran out of office for this bullshit, keep it closed. Go ahead, go on, keep it closed. Go on, Republicans, keep doing it.
Picture. Here's what the administrator of the FAA told me.
They can open the government, Robert. They don't want to.
Pilots filed more than 5.
They don't want to open the government because they don't want to give you health care. They don't want to give you food stamp. That's why they don't want to open the government. What part of that y'all don't understand? They said we don't want to give y'all insurance. Oh hell, we don't want to give nothing. They can they can get rid of the filibuster. They can get it open. They don't want to do it. Trump just told them the other day. To open up the government, use the super majority, and use the nuclear option and open the government up. They don't want to do it. It has nothing to do with the illegals having insurance. Dr. DR3D not get into the game, MAGA. It ain't got nothing to do with no illegal aliens. Get into the game. Stop being a goofy. You act like a zombie. You know damn well it had nothing to do with illegal aliens.
500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic control problems they were encountering. Air traffic controllers that were fatigued, that were tired, they were making mistakes. And what's the Democrats' views? Well, there's an old line that a gaffe is when someone in Washington accidentally tells the truth. You heard?
Unfortunately, you all are not. Republicans are losing they're losing the war. You're losing because we all know you're lying. We all know that you're lying. Except goofy DR who don't know you lying. We know they're lying. If you've been reading, you know it ain't nothing to do with no illegal insurance. Getting insurance. Illegals can't get insurance. It's illegal for illegals to get insurance. We know who's lying for shit. Yeah, you're the goofy over here talking about illegal aliens, DR. We already know there's a law against giving illegal aliens food stamps, Medicaid, Section 8. We already know there's a law in place that you can't do that. Why the hell would we shut the government down for some illegals? Just goofy. Don't even know how to get in the game and do research.
Heard Chuck Schumer say every day gets better for us. Here's what one Democrat aide told CNN. Another senior Democrat aide said, as long as public perception is in their favor,
Yes, the Republicans are going to lose really, really bad next year because now people are waking up to this garbage. You didn't have no damn problem, DR, giving billions of dollars to the rich people. Do y'all see what I'm seeing here in the chat? Goofy ass poor people caping for rich people. They over here caping for the rich people, having arguments with people not to give poor people food stamps. They over there justifying giving rich people handouts. They over here caping for the rich people. What the hell kind of world we got? And you didn't get nothing. Goofy didn't get nothing. DR, you just like the rest of us. You ain't no billionaire. So you a goofy giving your money to a rich. Do you understand what you just did? You gave a rich man your money to give to other rich people. Goofy. Stop caping for the rich people. We're trying to get the poor people to get shit. We're trying to get the middle class to get shit. You talking about giving the rich people all our money.
the party will not concede short of, quote, planes falling out of the sky. That's out of the words of the Democrats themselves. Let me tell you, as chairman of the Commerce Committee, part of our responsibility is to oversee the FAA and to do everything possible to ensure safety.
This is crazy. We sitting here having a government shutdown because these people don't want to feed the young people, feed the poor people, but they just got done giving billionaires money and money here and money there. And they just gave Argentina $20 billion. Just gave Argentina $20 billion. Israel money, Egypt money. They just started giving everybody money. But we over here have crashing out over some goddamn food stamps. Are you wild? That's wild to me. We having an argument about food stamps for poor people. We got our facts straight. We understand exactly what happened. They gave billions of dollars to the rich people, and you over here caping for rich people, DR. You over here caping for rich people.
Turning to my Democrat colleagues saying, this is not a joke. First of all, the shutdown happened because Senator Schumer had to demonstrate he was tough, so he didn't get primaried by AOC in New York.
Plenty of money to give them, plenty of money to loan to Argentina, bankrupting our farmers. Our poor farmers are being bankrupted. The poor people can't get no food stamps, and you over here caping for Argentina and these rich fucks who don't care nothing about us in the middle. All of us in the middle are hurting. Don't come over here caping for no rich people. Don't come over here caping for rich people. We trying to get rid of all of these people in Congress. We want to get rid of them so they start doing stuff for us. Don't come over here caping for no rich folks.
Then the next threshold was the No Kings rallies. They had to show they were tough enough that when radicals were marching in cities across the country.
Everybody in this chat, ain't none of us no deadbeat, dang zinger, goofy zombie. We all take care of ourselves. The whole point is, all of these idiots on TV, they caping for the rich folks taking our money. I'm for America first. What are you for, Jan Zinger? You worried about what Keisha doing. You worried about whether Keisha get a steak, and you caping for these rich folks who don't care about the money that they got, getting tax breaks. I'm all for getting tax breaks, but the whole point is it's on the backs of these people's food stamp. Don't come over here caping for no rich folks. Don't come over here caping for rich folks.
They were as angry as the blue-haired angry radicals. Then we had election day. They were going to keep everything shut.
No, I don't want to destroy the filibuster for food stamp, but I damn sure don't want them rich folks getting away with money and you over here caping because these folks don't want to give these poor people no money. Are you crazy? What the hell is going on? Jesus, DR. Jesus, DR. Get into the fucking game. What about the health insurance for all of these elderly, these handicapped, these poor? It ain't just about food stamps. What the hell? Man, y'all zombies just say anything. Don't even pay attention.
Down to election day because it energized their base. And then Democrats won elections in the very blue state of New Jersey, the very blue state of Virginia, and the insanely blue city of New York City.
Dan Zinger, you need to go find somebody who want to cape for the rich people. You really do. We ain't trying to deal with no party that will give Argentina money, that will give foreign people money and won't help our farmers, bankrupting our farmers, starving our poor people. We ain't trying to help nobody that's doing that. You over here caping for the rich people. We ain't worried about no damn Democrat or Republican. We're worried about people who won't feed our people. This is wild to me. Wild. This summer you didn't have no problem giving the rich people your money. And now you don't want to give no poor people no money? Get your ass the hell up out of here. We trying to help our fellow men. We don't give a damn about no Republican or no Democrat. We trying to get rid of these goofy people in Congress so we can have them help the middle class. The middle class is what built this goddamn country. Are you crazy? Get the hell on out of here.
And suddenly Democrats said, holy cow, our really left-wing voters like it when we shut the government down. Are there any Democrats on that side of the aisle for whom responsibility matters? Or is every one of them proud to say, we will keep it shut down?
I'd be the first one to sign a petition for term limits. I'd be the first one to vote all of their ass out. Somebody that's going to care about the middle class, build the middle class up, Give us some things. Why the hell did you give all the tax cut to the rich? Why didn't you give some to the poor? Why didn't you give anybody any help beyond this? I would have looked at the Republicans sideways and said, okay, I can roll with y'all. If you would have funded you would have funded free food for kids all throughout the land to get school free lunch. Or if you would have did something for the elderly, or if you would have did something for the veterans, I'd have been all behind the Republicans. But no, what you did was you came in and you gave all our money to rich folks. And then now you're looking at the poor folks talking about, we can't give y'all food stamps. We can't do that. We can't give y'all Medicaid. Because you know how you didn't care about Medicaid? Because they cut it out of this big bill to give money to the rich. That's how I know they don't want to give you no Medicaid. They don't want to pass this damn, they want to do it for free. They just want a clean bill so they don't have to give the poor people no Medicaid. If you can give Argentina $40 billion, you can give poor people health care. Stop it.
Until planes fall out of the sky. God forbid that comes to pass. Over 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic controllers. You got air traffic controllers driving Uber to pay their bills. And here's the good news. We can resolve it right now. Senator Johnson's bill that we will vote on in just a few minutes is very simple. It says any federal...
This is what I'm fighting for. Veterans, the elderly, the handicapped, the disabled. If you can give, and the farmers, if you can give them money, you can fund health care. I don't care who do it, Democrats or Republicans. Get that damn money there for our veterans, our homeless, our handicapped, and our poor. Get that damn money there. Get them damn food stamps on there. Get them that Medicaid for everybody who needs it. Don't tell me you can't fund it. You just gave $40 billion to Argentina. Stop it.
Federal worker that goes to...
Don't come over here caping for these rich folks. I care about four things: veterans, disabled, handicapped, and the poor kids. That's it. Don't talk to me about no damn illegal aliens. I don't give a shit about no illegal aliens.
Work will be paid. If you have to work, if you're a soldier, if you are manning the wall, keeping this country safe, you're being forced to work, you'll be paid. If you're a Border Patrol agent, if you're an FBI agent, if you're a TSA agent, and you have to work, you'll be paid. And if you're an air traffic controller and your job is literally keeping, Mr. President, your children and my children safe when they get on an airplane, you will be paid. And to those in the media who persist in repeating Democrat talking points, understand this. The vote right now, if we vote yes, the air traffic controllers will be paid. If we vote no, the air traffic controllers will not be paid. So every Democrat who votes no is saying we will not pay the air traffic controllers. What does that mean? There are roughly 45,000 commercial flights a day in the United States. The 10% reduction.
The choice is very simple. The choice is to fund the medical for our elderly, our veterans, our disabled, our handicapped, and our poor. It's very simple to me. Fund that damn bill so those medical people can get medical. Don't talk to me about what, when, and how. Take that money back from Argentina. That's what you do. Give them $20 billion because you already promised it, but that other $20 billion you use to give these people their Medicaid and their food stamps, medical and their food stamps. Get something done for the handicapped and the elderly. Don't talk to me about no damn money for no rich, and you can't take care of the poor, and you can't take care of our veterans, our homeless, our elderly. Don't talk to me about no bills until you do that.
That the FAA has put in place will be roughly 5,000 flights a day that will be canceled. Now, if you assume 100 passengers are on each flight, I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician, so I'm going to make the math simple. 100 passengers, 5,000 flights a day, that is more than 500,000 Americans who will have their flight canceled each and every day the Schumer shutdown continues. More than 500,000. And millions more will have their flights delayed. So it's a simple choice. It is a simple choice. Do you want to pay the air traffic controllers or not? But I got to tell you.
You see the simple choice they try to give the Democrats? Democrats is trash too. He wants to give the simple thought to the Democrats. Do you want to fund the air traffic controllers? No. We want to make sure that America comes first and American veterans, the elderly, the handicapped get their money for medical. That's what we want. That's the choice the Republicans got.
You better be ready to talk to your constituents who said, why was my plane canceled when I was going to see my sick mother? Well, because I, Democrat, voted against paying air traffic controllers.
So why did you cut Medicaid and Medicare to our elderly, our seniors, our veterans, and our poor? Why did you cut that out of the big, beautiful bill? That's why we have a problem with you, because you're not funding them, but you're giving $40 billion to Argentina. No, we're not going for it.
That's the answer. You won't like giving that answer, but I'll tell you what.
I want all of them voted out. All of them voted out because they don't have nobody's interest but their own. They don't care about the veterans and the handicapped and the homeless and that's what I care about.
But
don't talk to me about X, Y, and Z. Don't talk to me about no illegal immigrants. We want to help the people we got here.
A lot better answer than if you have to look in the eyes of someone whose family was killed because the Democrats get what they are explicitly asking for, which is planes falling from the sky. The Schumer shutdown, if you are a left-wing partisan Democrat, you say every day gets better for us. I'll tell you who us ain't. It ain't the American people, so do the right thing because every one of you knows it's the right thing. Vote yes, pay the air traffic controllers, and end this ridiculous shutdown.
So if they vote, Gerald, if they vote to open up the if they vote to open up the government, that means veterans, elderly, the handicapped start losing their medical. Regular people start losing their medical. You know why? Because they aren't able to afford it. That's why they're going to lose it if the Dems don't. If the Dems sign the bill just like it is, regular people, veterans, handicapped, all of them are going to lose their medical because they won't be able to afford it. The Republicans don't want to give you the goddamn medical. Some of y'all need to start reading. This shit is crazy. Yes, this chick is real whack, Richard. You're a zombie. And you're a zombie. Nobody will get, the people that have to pay out of their pocket for health care will not be able to afford their health care. Yes, I'm the quack, Richard Kelly, but yet and still, you can't dispute what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm a dumbass too, Richard. I'm that too. I care about my veterans, the elderly, the handicapped, and the poor. If the Democrats sign this clean bill, that means people are going to lose their health care. And then they won't be able to get no help. Randy, shut your ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. You come in here talking about illegal health care for illegals. Shut your dumb ass up. We ain't even talking about no illegal health care. We're talking about regular health care. Shut your dumb ass up. If you haven't done any research and that's all you do is hear talking points, shut your dumb ass up. You can't contribute to this conversation.
I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas.
These poor people in here caping for millionaires. Caping for millionaires. They didn't have a problem giving billionaires money this summer with the big, beautiful bill, but now they want to bitch about somebody getting food stamps. Now they mad because the Democrats want to stand up for them getting health care. Poor people caping for rich people. Poor people cheering, billionaires cheering, regular, ordinary people cheering on the fact that poor people can't get no food stamps. That's wild to me. Elderly and the handicapped and the veterans can't get their food stamps. People in here fucking cheering because they can't get their damn food stamps. That's wild to me.
For his sobering remarks. The chamber should be full. It'd be nice if our Democrat colleagues were here to listen to that. I'm hoping they are listening to him on their TVs in their office.
Don't nobody give a damn about the goddamn illegal aliens, dummy, Wolf King, zombie. We care about the people that need to get the health care. You worried about 5 people who are illegal who getting health care. We worried about the millions that ain't getting health care. Get into the game, goofy ass. What the hell you talking about? We want to give illegals health care. It ain't just illegals that getting health care, dummy. We don't want the elderly and the handicapped and the veterans to lose their health care. We don't give a damn about no illegals getting health care. Get into the game. Damn. You worried about the wrong thing. Focus on the right thing. We talking about regular, ordinary Americans, not no damn illegals.
God, I hope.
That's already been debunked. And if it ain't been debunked in your head, you don't do no research. Ain't nobody caring about no damn illegals getting no health care. They can't get health care legally from the federal government. They can't get food stamps. Oh, I can't with some of y'all. You zombies as hell. You don't do no research. You just listen to what people say. They're not fighting for illegal aliens to get health care. They're not fighting for illegal aliens to get health care. What part of that don't y'all get? Hit the like button, please, and thank you. I'm not on camera today because I have the flu and I really didn't want to get dressed and I'm in bed. So please, only clowns come in here talking about illegal aliens getting health care. Don't nobody give a shit about that. We give a shit about those premiums going up. We give a shit about them cutting off regular, ordinary people. Y'all care too damn much about what somebody else is getting. They ain't. They don't get it. They go to the emergency room. Don't nobody ask fucking questions from the emergency room. That's why y'all goofy. Anybody who come in here talking about illegal aliens is goofy and a zombie.
It literally doesn't take planes falling out of the sky. Tonight, you can continue your shutdown, but you can vote to pay the air traffic controllers, so that is far less likely.
It's more damage for us to lose health care than to worry about illegals getting health care from ER, goofy. It's less money for them to go to the emergency room than all of us losing our health care, goofy.
Likely. If you vote no,
you'd rather stop 10 illegals getting health care than to worry about the millions of us that's going to lose it if they give in. Get into the game, goofy. Don't know about the people who go to you think the illegal aliens finna go to the hospital and say, I'm an illegal alien. Give me insurance. Give me health care. Dummy. We talking about the people that will lose it. Stop worrying about illegal aliens getting emergency health care. Get into the game.
Oh, and God forbid it actually happens. Can you live with yourself? I came to the floor 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan fashion as I possibly could, begging Democrats to pay people that are forced to work, that are keeping our skies safe, that are keeping our nation safe.
There are no millions on illegal. How many times do I have to put in the chat the law that says illegals can't get health care? How many times do I have to put that in the chat to tell you that illegals don't get health care? The people who get health care are DACA people, people with a green card, people who are here on visas. Those people get health care. Are you talking about them? Man, some of y'all just be saying stuff. Just be saying stuff. Don't know what they talking about. Those are the people that get health care. DACA, green card, visa people. They can get health care. They are legal. Those people are legal. Jesus, get into the game. The Republicans are lying about people getting health care. The Republicans are lying about illegal people getting health care. Which part of that don't y'all get? Who pays when the illegals go to the ER? The states pay. Not the federal government. We're talking about federal health care now. We're talking about people losing their federal health care. Wolf King, get into the game. You worried about a small part in the bucket. You're talking about a small drop in the bucket. Jesus. Just goofy. You worried about a small drop in the bucket. We're worried about the whole program. Get into the game. Stop that goofy talk.
Safe.
Zombie, stop the goofy talk.
2 weeks later, we haven't done it. This isn't partisan.
We stand to lose more people than illegal. Here. Wait a minute. Let me say it real simple. 100 people walk into the room. 10 people are illegal. 100 people got to get health care. Why are we worried about those 10 goddamn people when 90 people are going to lose their health care? Wolfgang. Stop worrying about the 10 people in the room and worry about the 90 people in the room. Get into the game. Goofy talking about illegals gonna get health care. Yeah, 10 people may go to the hospital and may get emergency services. We worried about the 90 that's gonna lose health care. Get into the game. Man, y'all goofy, Zombie Wolf King.
Search your conscience. Ask yourself, honest to God, if a plane has fallen out of the sky. I'm not saying it's because of air traffic control, but you heard 500 safety instances. Our air traffic control system is already antiquated. Can you live with yourself if another plane falls out of the sky and more people needlessly die because we were short of air traffic controllers? I know Senator from Alaska has a couple more comments, then we'll turn it over to the Senator from Florida.
Well, I just want to thank Senator Cruz, Senator Johnson, for coming to the floor and making this very strong case. And it's about safety, and it's about the American way. There's nothing more American than paying people for the work that they do. We all know that. Again, Senator Johnson's bill is a simple bill. It's about paying the federal workers who are required to work to keep us safe. All these jobs we're talking about are jobs that keep the American people safe. Of course, the military is a big part of this bill.
Wolfgang, you're a
They
zombie.
epitomize.
Wolf, you're a zombie. You know how you're responsible for people in society? We have a social contract with our government. Our government, we trust our government to pay our taxes. We trust our government to take care of our roads. We trust our government to take care of everything, many things. Utilities, lights, the grids. We already trust them to do that. What are you talking about? How do you blindly trust the government? We already blindly trust them to give our insurance. Oh, Lord have mercy. We got zombies in the chat, y'all. We got zombies in the chat. Don't know what the hell they talking about.
The federal workers who are keeping us safe. And they epitomize courage. So do many of our federal workers as well. So I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just show a little bit of the courage that our military displays every day all over the world. Just a tiny bit of that courage. Again, to my Democratic colleagues, we know you're getting a lot of pressure.
Please get into the game, Jesus. Please get into the game. I can't. They over here caping for rich folks. They over here caping for the rich people. They did not have a problem giving the government, they did not have a problem giving the scammer their money this summer when they passed the big, beautiful bill. Did not have no problem giving the scammer their money, and then the scammer gave their money to rich people. They didn't have no problem with that. Now they have a problem with them paying for the poor people. Now we have a problem. The minute the poor people need money, it's a problem. But the rich people, it ain't no problem giving my money to the rich people. That's wild. Y'all just zombies. That's wild.
From your leadership. Senator Cruz did a great job of explaining the origins of that. By the way, it has nothing to do with health care. It has nothing to do with anything. It has everything to do with
everybody in this chat is self-sufficient. But the whole point is to take care of our poor, our veterans, our handicapped. Don't you think those are the people that are going to lose? They're going to win. They're going to lose it the most.
appeasing the far left of the Democratic Party, which is rising. So we get that you're under pressure.
Republicans don't help the poor in the end. They just cut the poor off of food stamp. They just cut food stamp program out of this big, beautiful bill. They just cut Medicaid out of this big, beautiful bill. What you mean the Republicans care about the poor and the handicapped? That's the whole point of this shutdown. The Republicans just want to keep rolling. They just want to keep rolling. They don't want to do nothing for the poor. That's why the Democrats shut this shit down. You don't want to do nothing for the poor people, but you want to do everything for the rich people. That's the whole point of this shutdown. Has nothing to do with no illegals, has nothing to do with none of that.
But you all know that voting for this bill is the right thing to do. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
Get your ass up, Wolf.
They're good people.
You're dumb as hell.
As Senator Johnson just said, have a little bit of conscience.
That was that goddamn lesson before you gave that money to the rich people. Shut your ass up. You didn't have no problem giving money to the rich. Don't start no bullshit now with the poor.
A little bit of courage, the kind of courage that our military displays every day, and vote for the Shutdown Fairness Act right now. Every one of you knows it's the right thing to do, and I hope you do it.
I want to thank the senator from Alaska. Yield now to the senator from Florida.
The senator from Florida.
Right. So, Mr. President, first thing I want to do, I want to thank all the senators that are speaking tonight.
Cheese, grow up. Jesus Christ, please grow up. Please grow up. You don't, I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. Please grow up. We're talking about our homeless, our handicapped, our veterans, our poor. And they don't want to pay for it. The Republicans don't want to give you Medicaid, Medicare, or food stamp. Get into the game. Stop being a sheep. I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. Democrat plantation. You're the zombie on the Republican plantation. Because you don't seem to understand what's at stake here. That's wild to me. That you don't understand what's at stake. I hate people and then don't want to do no research, just talking.
I can't imagine voting not to pay somebody. You know, in my state, here's what's happening. We have people that are not getting food. At church on Sunday, the pastor asked if we would actually bring in a whole bunch of food because they knew because of what the Democrats were doing, people would not get their food stamps. So all the food banks, they needed way more food. I was talking to a reporter today in Tampa, and he said
all of these speeches are deflection. They are deflecting from the issue. They're deflecting. Oh, we're trying to give illegals food. They don't want to feed the American people. The point is, we are trying to save our people. We are trying to save our poor, our handicapped, our veterans, our farmers. We're trying to save them. We're trying to tell them that they can't keep giving money to the billionaires and not help our poor people. And y'all keep worrying about illegal aliens.
line is unbelievable at one of the food banks he was at in Tampa today. And when I think about,
let me explain it to you again, cheese crust, because you're simple and slow. If the Democrats sign the bill, then that means they're going to kick grandma, veterans, homeless, poor off of medical. That's how plain is that to you? Please explain to me if you understand what I'm saying to you. You understand English. Please tell me you understand English, cheese crust. Please. Do you understand if the Democrats sign the bill, they're going to kick poor, the indigent, handicapped, veteran, they're going to kick them off of Medicaid. And then come January, some of the people that ain't even handicapped ain't going to be able to afford their medical because they're going to be priced out of the market. Please tell me you understand what I said, unless you're just goofy. Please understand you understand that. Please tell me you understand.
these people that are not getting their food stamps, I think of my mom. So my mom was a mom of 5 kids. So we lived in public housing. I never met my dad, and she had to go to farm to market stores and ask for food.
I'm natural KRC. I swear to God, I've never met people who don't read and don't understand what the stakes are. Just be talking. Get a job, get a job, get a job. How is the elderly, the disabled, the vet, how are they supposed to get a job? Somebody please explain that to me. Please explain it to me.
She never got food stamps, but she had to go ask for food. So just think about what's going on around our country. There's people right now worried.
And no, Nicholas, we don't respond to the beg victim. We don't respond to that victim mentality. We're not victims. Nobody's a victim here. Only people that may be victims are the kids and the disabled. Y'all wild. Poor people caping for rich people.
Worrying about if they're going to feed a 2-year-old little kid.
That's why they lost the elections on Tuesday, because they heartless.
Can you just imagine what that mom's doing? I mean, I just can't imagine how anybody ever could vote to shut down the food stamp program to not feed kids. Then let's think about all these people not getting paid. So I'll give you my experience. When I was 19 years old, I got married. I was an E2 in the Navy, and I was making $332 or $334 a month. So that same person today, and my wife and I, she was making $75 a week as the legal secretary. So those people, if something like that, I didn't have $25 in the bank. They wouldn't have said, "Oh, it's okay not to pay the rent." Any costs we had, no one would have said, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to pay it now." And so that's what's going on with our military. They have mortgages. Their kids have school costs. You know, their kids want to play sports. They might have medical bills. And my Democrat colleagues are saying they don't care. I mean, it's just did they ever live that life? Do they ever live the life that they you know, are worrying paycheck to paycheck how they're going to pay for food, for the rent, for a mortgage? Do you think all the lenders are going to say, "Oh yeah, we know the government shut down, so you don't have to pay your mortgage"? So I just don't know how you could not have a heart to open up government. I mean, we can have a policy.
You're always saying things that they should be saying to themselves. You all hit the like button and the subscribe button. We always have content like this every day. Please and thank you. Hit the like and the subscribe and the share button. Thank you very much.
Disagreement every day, and we should. But to not make sure people get their food stamps, not make sure that people are showing up today, as Senator Cruz said, trying to keep us safe in the skies, our military that's trying to keep our freedoms, and the Democrats don't care if they get paid or not. Now let's think about it. Since I got up here, this is my 7th year, I've had a bill that says no budget, no pay. Right? The Democrats have blocked it, including yesterday, because they want to get paid even though they are making the decision that other people don't get a paycheck. They're not willing to give up any of their pay because, like one of them said, he has a mortgage. Why would he be expected to give up his pay? Well, they're doing it every day to all of our federal workers. I just can't imagine doing that. So what I'd say to my Democrat colleagues, open the government. Pay our workers. Make sure people get food, have food on the table. Don't ever, ever, ever in your wildest dreams do that to people in our country. It's wrong to do what you're doing. Senator Schumer came out and said he had a proposal. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. And I'll tell you why. Let's think about what they want to do. For us to be able to make sure that we start paying people, they get food stamps, they want to make sure insurance companies continue to get rich. So their proposal doesn't do anything. So right now, people don't lose their Obamacare subsidies. It's people that make over 400%, that's over probably $128,000, $130,000 a year, get subsidies for their health care. You could be a millionaire. You get a subsidy. So you say he wants to make sure millionaires get a subsidy for people to possibly get any food. Then he knows that Republicans are not going to continue to support a program that pays health care for illegals. That's wrong. Has taxpayer paying for abortion. That's wrong. Has taxpayers paying for trans surgery. That's wrong.
See, this is the playbook, y'all. Here we go. Here the Republicans go. Now they're starting to say the playbook. The playbook. Oh, this is what lost in the election. They continue to talk about the gays. They continue to talk about the trans. They continue to talk about abortion. Nobody cares about those things except in their personal lives. We're talking about moving the country forward. Stop talking to me about trans and gays and all of that cultural stuff. We need structural problems fixed. We need healthcare fixed. We need our government fixed. We need term limits. We need minimum wage raised. We need our homeless off the street. Stop talking to me about gays, trans, and stuff like that. We got bigger fish to fry. That's what these Republicans don't get. We got bigger fish to fry.
Wrong. Making sure there's about supposedly 4 to 5 million people don't even know they have these subsidies because it's just going directly to an insurance company with no responsibility by a consumer. All you have to do to sign somebody up is know their name, their birth date, their address, sign them up, insurance companies get all the money. Why would we ever support something like that? So I want to thank my colleagues. I can't imagine. It's heartless to not make sure people have food. It's heartless to make sure people don't have money if they're working. And so if the Democrats vote against Senator Johnson's simple bill to pay people that are busting their butt to keep our freedoms, keep us safe, do all these things, I don't know how you can go home and feel good about what you're doing. I yield my time.
I want to thank the senator from Florida. I see the senator from Michigan. I believe he wants to speak to this bill. We will have the last word, but if he wants to get ready, I don't know.
Let the chair. I'll recognize the senator from Michigan, and then we can go back to the senator from Nebraska.
Hey, Cheese.
Thank you.
Hey, Cheese. Why is it that your president won't release the food stamp funds? Why won't he release the funds when the government, when the Supreme Court just told him to release the funds? Why didn't he release the fund? Why they won't do that? Well, why exactly won't they do that? What did that have to do with the bill? Ain't got nothing to do with releasing the bill. The president can release the funds for the food right now. Why won't he do that? No. We ain't talking about that. We talking about food stamps now. Why is it that your president has been instructed to release the funds for the food and he won't? Why is that? Why is that? Why not? No, the food stamp don't have nothing to do with this. You can still get food stamps without this bill. Why the Republicans won't release the bill, the food stamp? What they got Dems ain't got nothing to do with food stamp. Food stamps is a whole separate thing.
Mr. President. Well, let me first say that there's something that we all agree on. Democrats and Republicans here.
Sure we do, Gerald.
Do we want federal employees to be paid? It's simply unacceptable that they have to work and.
Wait a minute, hold on. Cheese cursed. How am I brainwashed? How am I brainwashed? Please explain. When we know that y'all make it seem like we haven't heard the news, that we haven't reached the news, that the news doesn't get to us. We know that a judge ordered your president to release the food stamps. We know that. We've seen the news. Why won't he do it? Goofy. We heard on the news that the judge ruled for him to release the food stamps. Why won't he finish doing that? What are you talking about? Everybody's seen it on the news, Goofy. How is that a talking point? Yeah, the news told you your opinion. Are you crazy? Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Come to work every day, do their job, and not get paid. That's why we got to end the shutdown as quickly as possible. We're focused on doing that. But that's not really exactly the total story behind the Johnson bill. I have legislation to pay federal employees now. We could vote on that now.
Nobody needs to do research. Nobody needs to do research, cheese crust. I just told you that everybody has heard that the judge ordered your president to release food stamp funds. Did the president release the full benefit of food stamps or not, Goofy cheese crust zombie? No, he didn't, because he didn't want to. He's talking about partial. Nobody is hearing anything. You're the Goofy that don't know how to listen to news. We know what the news said. Everybody in here, except you, Goofy.
Now, I offered it in a UC request from my colleague from Wisconsin and said, we have a bill to pay all federal employees right now. No strings attached, no language that gives the president more power, more flexibility to do things that we should not want him to do. But my Republican colleagues don't want to have that bill. Senator Van Hollen, another colleague of mine, has a bill to pay it. It has complete support of Democrats. Let's pay them.
Nobody admitted that cheese crust. You're wild. Everybody knows what the Supreme Court decided. You act like we're in some kind of alternate reality. Maybe you're in an alternate reality, but all of us know that the judge told your president to release the food stamp funds. That's not any kind of media blackout. That ain't no kind of media, conspiracy. Those are facts. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? That gonna make me lose my voice, Ty, bro.
We have two bills that if we put on the floor right now, we could pass. If my Republican friends really want to do it, we could pass it with 100 votes. And I'm happy to, it's my bill, but any of you can sign it. I offered it to my colleague from Wisconsin. It could be your bill. Give it. I don't need any authorship of it, but it's a bill that does exactly what my colleagues across the aisle are saying, just pay federal employees. That's what it would do, and yet that's rejected. So why? Well, there's a little bit more in this.
No, Trump didn't win, Poppy. That's your problem. That's your problem. You opened up the Cracker Jack box and you got a dud toy. That's what happened. That's what you MAGAs don't seem to get. You got the dumb toy. Instead of the big prize, you got a dumb toy. Now we got to clean up your mess. Now we got to clean up you all's mess.
Bill. In fact, the Johnson bill before us actually creates an unlimited.
We got zombies in the chat, y'all. They caping for rich people. Zombies in the chat are caping for the rich people.
And permanent slush fund for President Trump to use. You're not going to get support here from us to transfer what should be congressional power to be able to determine when we want money spent, it actually gets spent the way it should be. It's not about passing a slush fund to the president. The president could justify the transfer of this money elsewhere. This is something clearly the administration wants because it's going to give the White House more power. The bill adds presidential authority by omits the regular safeguards that we include in normal funding bills to ensure that money actually goes where Congress intends. Now, we've been seeing a lot of that. The president basically is just thumbing his nose at Congress every day. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues say, well, that's okay. If the president doesn't want to listen to the Congress, that's okay with them. We are a co-equal branch of government. We're elected by the people back home to represent our people as senators. We're not here just to rubber stamp a president. I know a lot of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, I'm surprised because a lot of really great people that I have a lot of respect for, and yet we see the president constantly run over Congress, and it's crickets on the other side. No pushback from my Republican colleagues, either here in the Senate or in the House.
A party of zombies who don't push back on their leader. That's the problem.
There's actually, in this bill, there's no explicit guarantee or requirement to actually pay out this money. The administration could sit on this appropriation. We're just blank check appropriation for employees, but the administration can just sit on it for some, or those particular programs they don't like. That's why in a normal appropriations bill, we put in language to prevent that. Now, granted, the president has been ignoring Congress, but at least we put it. We're saying these are the rules. Congress has the power of the purse. It's Article 1 of the Constitution. And yet a lot of my colleagues don't seem to take that to heart.
A lot of us would vote for a paper bag before we vote for Trump again. Most people would vote for a paper bag before they vote for him again. He's nonsense. The only thing that will save this president's presidency is if the Supreme Court votes his tariffs illegal. If the Supreme Court knocks down all his tariffs, that's the only way he got a chance to survive this presidency. Other than that, this presidency is a disaster.
So most of Probst's bills, including the current House continuing resolution proposal, actually includes restrictions on how.
What did I tell you about being a zombie, Gerald? What did I tell you about being a zombie?
Funding should be used. The Johnson bill includes no restrictions, no restrictions. And we know that Trump has shown that he will abuse the budget process in very novel ways. He has said that he will refuse to pay back pay to workers, even when Congress has explicitly said it. This bill hopefully does address that. He's transferred money illegally to pay for his political priorities, and he impounds money whenever he finds any kind of wiggle room to.
We need to course correct immediately. This whole thing is a disaster. The whole thing is a disaster. He needs to do something. Needs to happen because he's out of control and this government is out of control. It's a disaster, all of it.
To do that. So in a sense, this bill is a Trojan horse. It's there to say we're going to help federal employees, but it's really continued power for the president. I've heard my colleagues say that the federal employees are being used as pawns. That's what this bill does. It's using federal employees as pawns to give the OMB and the president a whole lot more power to use a slush fund of money in any way he chooses. We know the OMB director, Russ Vogt, likes this bill. We know what Russ Vogt's about. In fact, I think there was a leaked speech that Russ Vogt had. We mentioned this in the committee, and my colleagues, I appreciate them saying how wonderful federal workers are. But this is what the OMB director, who says this is really a good bill, the Johnson bill is a really good bill. He said, we want the, quote, we want the bureaucrats to be trauma. They have to be affected by trauma. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. I hope my Republican colleagues called out Mr. Vogt when he said that, because you care so much about our employees. I appreciate that. But when folks in the administration say things like this, please say that is wrong, that we really do care about you. Not when you're trying to put a bill forward that's going to give the president an unlimited slush fund. Let's be real. If you want to pay employees, which I hope you do, if you want to move forward, then take a bill that we know has the kind of guardrails that our appropriation bills normally do to make sure the money is actually spent as we intend in Congress, which is the way it's supposed to work under Article 1 of the Constitution. I still believe in the Constitution. I still believe that we are a co-equal branch of government. We are not simply a rubber stamp for the president. And if we don't change that way, that's how you lose the checks and balances that our founders cared so deeply about. As our founders were debating the Constitution, they didn't trust any of us. They knew, they're politicians too. They knew you can't trust anybody. So they figure we're going to have three branches. We're going to have the judiciary check the Congress and the president. The Congress will check the presidential power. And Article 1 is the Congress. They thought the Congress was the most important one. But they kind of assumed that the Congress would actually exercise its power and check presidential power, not just hand more to them with a smile and then use some false pretext in order to give that money. So that's what this bill is about. And I've tried to work with Senator Johnson. I will always want to work with him. We've worked on a number of bills together. We have language. Again, the bills that we have that I've introduced, which is the Military and Federal Employees Protection Act, straight, clean bill. Talk about union support. Every union has supported my legislation. Every union has supported Senator Van Hollen's. And we're now getting unions. Unions are starting to read the fine print on this bill right now. So we have ITSMY that's now come out against it. We got the SEIU that has just come out against it. We have the AFL-CIO that has just come out against it. We have the IFPTE that just coming out. And our union friends are going to read the language of this bill and are going to oh, We should have read the fine print. Like, yes, it's really important to read the fine print. So we can't support this bill. We can support a bill that pays all of our employees, but it's got to be one that has the types of protections that we have in every other appropriations bill that we try to pass out of this body. So I'm going to oppose this, but hopefully we can find a way to work together. We have 2 bills ready to go we can pass today, but with this bill, we are going to object to this one.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Is the senator from Wisconsin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not quite sure what planet the senator from Michigan comes from, but here in planet Earth, when you read the actual language of the bill, none of these FANA provisions exist in there. But I will go through those point by point before we call for the final vote. Right now, I think Senator from Nebraska has a few points he wants to make.
They're about
Senator from Nebraska.
Right, thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, we heard about an offer from the minority leader. It shows just how unserious he and the Democrats are. That offer is full of horse hockey. It has things in it that Republicans cannot accept, and he knows it. And my colleague from Michigan.
Yeah, I've been wondering that too, Sassy. Why are they moving on to the military base? What is going on that we need to know? See, that's what I don't I don't trust none of these folks. Why are they moving all of the people onto a whole military base? Why would they do that? Why would that even occur to you? Have they been getting threatened? And if they've been getting threatened, who have they been getting threatened by? Who has been threatening? Is it some foreign threat? We don't know. Why is Trump over there in Venezuela doing what he doing? We don't know. They move in so many parts. I don't trust none of them.
The Democrat from Michigan was just talking about power, because this is what it's about.
I'll close it down. Now, we heard from a number of our Republican colleagues. We heard from Senator from Michigan. Yeah, obviously, passions are running high.
We don't trust the news, cheesy crust. We don't trust the news. That's you who trust the news. Anybody who walks into a room and says, you're lying, and don't have facts to back them up, we know that you're the goofy that believes everything. Okay? You're the goofy that believes everything.
There's a great deal of frustration, certainly on our side, when the other side...
So for somebody just to walk into the room and be so arrogant and don't have no facts. You don't have no facts. No, I haven't said anything about any kind of opinion. I've told you fact after fact. You're the goofy that hasn't proved me wrong. You're the goofy that believes everything that they hear. Who has the arrogance just to walk into the door and don't have no facts? Just call everybody in the room a liar and don't have nothing to say. Don't have nothing to back up the fact that they call everybody a liar. You're the one that believes everything they hear.
Simply won't take yes for an answer. But I came down here 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan.
Yes, the news did tell us that the Supreme Court told, no, not the Supreme Court, a regular court told Trump to release the food stamps. So now we're lying about that, are we? Are we lying about that? You mean to tell me a judge didn't tell Trump to release the fund? Really? Really? No judge told how many people heard that the judge told Trump to release the files, to release the funds for the food stamp? How many of y'all heard that? Was I the only person that heard that? Because it would only be me that would come up with that. Yeah, we are. We do have blue pill. We are the goofy. Nobody told Trump that. Don't believe nothing. We just got zombies in the chat. Yes, it's only partials funds. That's right. I'm not the only one who heard that. I thought I was the only one who heard that. I thought Cheesy Cheese is telling me that I heard that I'm gossiping when I say that the court told Trump to release his fund. She said I'm gossiping. She says I'm saying something that's not true. She says, I'm the only one that heard that a judge told Trump to release the file. That's what Cheesy Crust said. Cheesy Crust says, I don't know what I'm talking about. Cheesy Crust says, we all goofy. We all heard the wrong thing. We all heard this one thing, but we all heard it wrong. This is what Cheesy Crust is trying to tell me. And her little cohort Gerald. Just dumb zombies.
Stance as I possibly could be. Because as Senator from Michigan stated, we all agree that these people ought to be paid. So.
Really? So Trump went to the Supreme Court already and the Supreme Court overturned what the judge said? Did anybody hear that? Did anybody hear that the judge told Trump to release the funds for food stamp, and then he went to a Supreme Court judge, and the Supreme Court judge told him that we just gonna overturn that law? When did that happen? When did that happen? Just saying any old thing. Just saying any old thing. And then you can't even say, are you weird? Are you weird? Are you weird? Show your proof, Krusty Krust. Show your proof, Krusty Krust, what you're talking about. Show your proof.
The way to do that is not offer a bill on unanimous consent that has no.
Doesn't matter whether they overstep their bounds or not. Did it get overturned like Goofy Cheese Crust just said it did? Did it get overturned like Goofy Cheese Crust just said it did? I didn't hear nobody say it got overturned. Did it get overturned? Did it get overturned, Cheesy Crust? The fact that he was supposed to release food stamps, did that get overturned? Just goofy for no reason.
Chance being signed to law. The way to do that is to vote to proceed tonight to this bill. If we could iron out differences, we could yield back time and get this thing passed. The Speaker of the House said he'll already come back and pass this. So we are so close. I realize they're going to be hard partisans. I know they're, liberal unions have now come out against this, but the bulk of the public sector unions are for it. They prefer my bill over anything else that they may also support it because this is permanent. This ends using federal workforce and, quite honestly, the American public as pawns in these partisan games for all time. Again, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Federal Managers Association, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controller Association. And again, I hope our Democrat colleagues listen to Senator Cruz's chilling and sobering remarks just a few minutes ago, the International Association of Firefighters and the Association of Flight Attendants. This bill has support because it makes so much sense. It is fair.
Time for the 2 liters be reserved for their use later in the day.
Americans getting their health care through some government entity are offered flexible savings accounts. 47% of people getting insurance through their employer are offered FSAs. This is something that is used by millions of Americans already. So what I'm proposing is just to give this option to people.
I think, Louis Blanco, you need to figure out what the hell is going on in your life. If you think anybody else, the Republicans are in charge, you're over here caping for rich people. You're the zombie. You're over here caping for the rich people. That's wild.
On the exchanges. And by the way, the federal government already offers flexible savings accounts to people on these small business exchanges. Members of Congress, we are on the Obamacare Small Business Exchange. We have the option of choosing an FSA. My family has one. And The Department of Treasury already has an office through which they funnel money to pay for these flexible spending accounts that I, as an individual, choose to get. So what we're speaking of is just offering to people on the exchanges, that on the individual exchange, that which is already offered to people on the small business exchange, and paying for it by the same mechanism in which it's already done through that exchange. Now, still, there's going to be some bureaucracy involved. But if there's any president that can overcome the inertia of the bureaucracy to make it happen by January 1, 2026, is Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump is the man who, when it was told it would take 18 years, 10 years, 18 months to come up with a vaccine and a program to prevent COVID transmission, he did it in 10 to 11 months. This president can overcome the inertia, and we have a running start because the federal government is already doing this. Now, let me make clear the key differences between enhanced premium tax credits and federally funded flexible spending accounts. First, who gets the money? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, insurance companies. Under this, it is patients and families. What can it be used for? Here, the premium tax credits go for insurance premiums. Period, stop, full stop, boom, it goes to the insurance company. Here, real care. Your doctor visit, your deductible, your copay, your dentist, your glasses, your prescriptions, that sort of thing. Who makes the decision? The insurance company. Just wait and fight with them about a pre-authorization. Under the flexible spending account, you.
Y'all notice that they bragging about the damn vaccine, right? When Trump villainized the vaccine, now they want to take credit for the vaccine. When he told the goofies not to take it, Trump was behind the scenes taking it. Just wild. Just over here caping for the rich folks. He been done took the vaccine. Them goofies out there fighting against the vaccine. Just zombies just saying any old thing in the chat. Your president he was a scammer. That's all. Just a scammer.
Make the decision. You have the power. And lastly, does it lower cost? No. It is pretty clear if we continue to fund insurance companies no matter what they pay, it drives up the cost. In contrast, if you empower the patient, that mother is going to find the most affordable option.
Why y'all don't understand? Why are they having a conversation about medical if medical ain't what's wrong? I thought it was they were trying to give the medical to the illegals. Now it ain't about giving medical to the illegals. Now it's about something else. Because it never was about the illegals in the first place. The Republicans were lying. And your president told y'all to open up the doggone government. Do the nuclear option. Just do that. Go ahead. Open up the government, y'all. Go ahead.
Been studied. If you give people something that they perceive as their own money, they hunt for that bargain.
And you know how I know the Republicans know they losing? Because they're talking about a subject that they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about giving away or cutting people from Medicaid and Medicare. They're trying to denigrate the medical so that nobody wants it. No, let's talk bad about the medical. Why y'all talking bad about the medical? Y'all cut the medical out like it didn't matter this summer. So why are we having a debate about the medical? Because the Republicans are losing the argument. Because most people are going to lose their medical. Or it's going to raise too high for them to pay. And y'all caping for the rich people. They trying to cape for the rich people. They know they fucked up. Republicans know they fucked up. That's why.
If they go and they find out that the cash price is cheaper than what the insurance company would charge them, they will have the option of using this for the cash price. So we have reforms in here that give the patient even more power. Good thing about that, as the patient saves money, so does the taxpayer, and that's a good thing. So the pre-funded flexible spending account doesn't treat people like dependents of the government as do the enhanced premium tax credits. It treats you like a capable consumer who knows what is best for your family. You decide where to go for dental work. You decide your pharmacy. You decide whether to pay the cash price or the negotiated price that the insurance company.
The reason why Obamacare and ACA is so high is because the Republicans killed the individual mandate. That's why it's so high, because they killed the individual mandate that was in the ACA, that was in Obamacare. If they wouldn't, Republicans wouldn't have took that off, the Affordable Care Act would have stayed cheaper like it was. But that's why it's sky high. That's why Biden put subsidies back on it, because he knew it was going to be sky high because the Republicans repealed it and took the individual mandate off. They didn't want to give y'all medical. Of course it expired. I understand expiring, Anita. I understand that. But the individual mandate got took off. If you would have left it on there, they would have had healthy people on the system. Now they got all the people that have pre-existing conditions, Medicare problems, issues. Now they want to charge all the way out the ass. This is wild. No, it wasn't high when the... Shut up, cheese crust. Stop talking to me. You don't do no facts. You a zombie.
Officer. And instead of Washington paying insurance companies to manage your day-to-day care, you manage it with fairness, transparency, and flexibility. Now, some will ask...
Yes, it passed with an individual mandate. And then the goofies, the Republicans, went back. They went back and took the individual mandate off. They went back and chipped away at the ACA. The Republicans went back and repealed some stuff and took some of the stuff out. Goofy, do research.
Won't this cost money? Of course.
That's how it got weak.
In the first year, it'll be about the same amount as the enhanced premium tax credit. And my Democratic colleagues should like that. But the individual would be getting better value through the federally pre-funded FSA, because she is spending it on that which she actually needs, as opposed to up to 20% of it going for overhead profit.
Everybody, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button, the share button, and the subscribe button, please. We have content like this every night. We're having it early because we are here. We doing our thing. I would be on camera, but I got the flu.
And administrative cost.
That's not, that goofy shit ain't working with me, cheese crust. The goofy shit don't work with me. I'm not one of you zombies. You can keep saying it all day long. I don't believe it. It don't work with me.
It isn't just fiscally responsible, it's common sense. Who wouldn't rather have their money in their own pocket than for the insurance company to dictate how they spend it? So here's the choice before us. In conclusion, we can keep paying insurance companies to paper over the higher cost behind confusing bills in a system which actually raises the cost for some, or we can give Americans the tools, we can trust our fellow Americans to pay for their care directly at fair prices with transparency. If you will, it puts patients first, not insurers. It encourages competition.
Hey, cheese crust. Did the Republicans take the individual mandate out? Did the Republicans take the individual mandate out? Do you understand how the individual mandate made it cheaper for people to be on ACA? Do you understand why? Because it had an individual mandate. The whole point is to keep the payments down. You had to have healthy people get the ACA. You had to have healthy people and the people who had pre-existing conditions. You had to have both healthy and preconditioned people on the ACA for it to be cheaper. So a lot of regular people who didn't have any preconditions or predetermined conditions, they got on it. So therefore, they all were being charged the same amount, or they were all being charged good amounts, good rates, because they had plenty of people on it. When people stopped paying the individual mandate and it wasn't mandatory, that's when what was left on ACA were people who were had preconditioned, Jesus, I keep messing it up, pre-existing conditions and all of that. That's why it became more expensive. Do the research, Goofy. The Republicans voted to take away individual things from the ACA. Cheese crust. They took away the individual mandate. Goofy. When they were in charge the last time, they took away the individual mandate. Goofy. And then they tinkered around the edges of the ACA. And that is what made the ACA, the Obamacare, weaker. Do research. Why am I saying this? That's why. Jesus.
It rewards smart
God help
choices,
me,
and
Lord
it
help
begins to
me,
make
Lord.
healthcare truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of the consumer. Let's stop writing blank checks to insurance companies. Let's invest in our fellow Americans. I say this, we have to first open the government. This takes writing some legislation.
I'm not debating, Goofy. We're not debating. This is not a debate channel.
We have to open the government, but we have to be willing to take a risk to solve a problem and not be afraid to do something different.
And yet it was cheaper just to have the insurance, right, ACA? People were getting fined $1,200 even when they were paying for the...
I have seen in our chamber right now a hunkering down. We've not been able to solve it, so we're not going to try anything different. We're just going to wear the other side down until they wave the white flag. Now is the time to be creative. I'm a rock rib Republican, but I will say what I just offered is not a Republican solution. It is not a Democratic solution. It is an American solution. Let's open the government. Let's work together.
What do you mean lavender marriage, Rainbow Kid? What does that mean? Like a beard marriage or a arranged marriage? Huh? What was that? What do you mean?
Let's fix healthcare by giving the American more power, not the insurance company. Thank you.
Senator, a question from Washington. Without objection. Thank you. Will my colleague yield for a question? Absolutely. Thank you. I noticed in your proposal, you're talking about something that you would hope to affect January of next year. Is that correct?
That is the goal, to have this ready for next year.
What is the senator from Louisiana's interpretation of how the market controls you're trying to create a market mechanism where you're giving the consumer the same amount of money you would give them in the tax credits to make the insurance more affordable only through a health savings account. But how do you know once you gave that in the health savings account, the market is going to not still have an increase above that amount? So how do you think this affects the market?
Wonderful question. First, this is a flexible savings account, not a health savings account. There is a legal distinction. I want to make that. When the enhanced premium tax credits are not renewed, we know the insurance companies have already set up their rates. And so the consumer, our fellow American, will be choosing from the offerings that have been made by the insurance company for them to choose from. The difference would be, and they will see, by the way, that the policy for someone at 400% of federal poverty level costs about $2,500 more a year than it otherwise would have with the enhanced premium tax credit. This would be supplemental. We would say to that individual, you're at 400% of federal poverty level. Your policy is $2,500 more a year. You will get a flexible spending account pre-funded to help offset the cost of this.
Whoa, you said, I kind of thought that's what you meant, but I didn't want to say that. Why would you say Charlie Kirk is in that kind of marriage? It's when they're on the down low and get into a marriage with a woman to further their... Ooh, whoa. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Oh, okay, I got you.
Now, if it's my family, I would say, I got $2,500. Maybe instead of going for a silver plan, I'll go for a bronze plan. because now I can offset the higher deductible with my flexible savings.
Are they on here pushing the Trump RX plan? Is that what they pushing? The Trump RX medicine? Is that what they doing? Oh wow!
Account.
Wow!
And because I'm going for a bronze plan, my premium will be low. But that's trusting the American people. We are plugging into the current insurance market. We're actually not changing at all how it functions.
Would yield for another question. I'm assuming that you think affordability is the key. I certainly think affordability is the key. Nobody wants to subsidize expensive health insurance. We want to create market mechanisms to drive down the cost of health insurance, not just spend money to buy expensive insurance, whether you buy it through the tax credit or buy it through a health savings account. We want to create those mechanisms. So again, all of this is going to take place in November and December, right now and December. So somehow you would make some calculation in January about what would go into a savings account, or you're thinking of a flat number?
That's a wonderful question. No. If somebody, the federal government knows, or put it this way, many states have calculated what would be the insurance rate with an enhanced premium tax credit, and what will the insurance rate be without the enhanced premium tax credit. It has been calculated for our fellow Americans what the value of an enhanced premium tax credit would be if they signed up for a certain policy in their state, given their age and their health condition. They know that. The question is whether they get the credit or not. Well, they're not going to get it, so the policy is going to be higher. And this, under the plan, if we can agree to it, they would then get the FSA in an amount equivalent to that which they did not receive as a payment to the insurance company. Instead, it would be a payment to the flexible savings account they would have, and that they would then use it for these services.
If the senator would continue to yield, the issue is that, you know, so much of this is already set up, and I think you're trying to be creative in a way to, instead of the Alexander Murray cost revenue sharing, I think you're trying to figure out something that would get people the same amount of money to make them whole over the next year or two. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I would say what we're trying to do is make people, as the market is out there, whole over the next year or two. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're happy to debate how we make health insurance more affordable after that. That has been a goal of our side of the aisle for decades. We want to make it more affordable. Now, we all get to be measured about how successful we've been on that, but I think that we're going to continue to strive to make it more affordable, and really are proud that we drove down the uninsured rate with the Affordable Care Act, because we covered more people, thereby lowering costs because not having so much uncompensated care. So I'm glad to see somebody saying, let's talk and let's put a proposal out there. Happy to continue to have a dialogue about any idea that helps us move forward. But the issue is that so many Americans are in this moment right now making these decisions, and how you affect that for the next 2 years is the biggest question. And you and I know if we said, okay, we're huddling tomorrow, or the finance committee is huddling tomorrow, then everybody would be up here trying to convince us not to do various things. So the question is, how can we protect the marketplace for the next year or two in the simplest way, and then get about us going back to business, talking to each other, trying to work out what are the best creative ideas for lowering health insurance costs. I don't know why we haven't done a PBM bill. I mean, my colleague Senator Grassley and I have a bill. I think you have a proposal. Other people have a proposal. We're letting PBMs get away with so much in the expense of prescription drugs. I don't know why we don't spend all our time driving down the cost of health insurance. So I'm happy to work creatively on ways to protect the market over the next 2 years so that we can finally get to some creative discussions. So I thank the senator.
Thank you for the questions, and let me just respond very quickly. I think the beauty of what I'm proposing is it fits in very nicely with the insurance markets as they currently are. It doesn't require anything to change between now and November the 1st, January the 1st. It is too late to change those plans and those rates. It is just too late. This does not require those rates to change. This would be something which could benefit our fellow Americans next year and could be implemented by then. Yes, the bureaucracy is going to have to work hard. President Trump can get them to work hard. You mentioned several other reforms. I am in total agreement. We should be working, again, Democrats, Republicans, that's what we need to do to get something done, in order to come together for a set of proposals that will lower health care costs. And both as a member of the committee.
But the Republicans are lying because they're not interested in lowering health care costs. They just interested in privatizing health care. They want it to be privatized so they don't have to pay it, so the government don't have to pay it. They're not interested in getting it for the regular, normal people. They want to make it privatized. And then it just ain't going to work privatized. It's going to be too expensive for people with pre-existing conditions and things like that. It's just going to be too expensive for them. The Republicans ain't interested in doing none of that.
We both serve on Senate Finance as well as the chairman of the Help Committee. It is my intent to do that. We've got to do that. But this can work this year for Americans who are going to be on the exchanges, and that's my hope. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 tomorrow, Saturday.
Wait a minute. His Trump RX is just for what is it? For the prescriptions. That ain't no medical. All right, that's just for prescriptions. Maybe some of the shit. You see how Trump is it? You see how this corrupt president is trying to enrich himself. You notice that? We will end the stream here because that session is going to adjourn tomorrow. Until tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I'll be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I will be back this evening at 10 o'clock for the 10 o'clock show. And we will end it here. Hopefully everybody signed up, subscribed, chat. Y'all put in the chat some of the things we could possibly do to make these Democrats and these Republicans do what we need them to do. Y'all put, no, not in the chat. Leave a comment. Leave a comment and let me know what can be done. What can we do in order to do better to get our representatives to help us support us more, us middle-class people more? Leave a comment and let me know what you think. Please like, share, subscribe. I'll be back at 10 o'clock. Love y'all, love y'all, love y'all. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Love y'all, love y'all, love y'all. Gotta go, gotta go.